It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, courting controversy. Colorado's Supreme Court rules the Constitution bans Donald Trump from running for president because of his role in the January 6th insurrection, but puts the ruling on pause until the U.S. Supreme Court can weigh in. Just ahead, inside the case and why the same challenge has failed in several other states. Then, 'tis the season. Respiratory illnesses on the rise, with hospitalizations for flu and COVID increasing just in time for the holidays. Dr. John Torres is here with all the tips to stay healthy. Plus, fielding questions. We'll introduce you to a Florida teacher turned internet sensation.
Say, way to go, Ignacio!
Way to go, Ignacio!
How she combined her love for sports and teaching.
As I started in third grade, I noticed that there was an interest more in sports. The losses are my favorite part because it's where the lessons come from. It's where we are able to learn and to grow, and that's such an important thing for the kids to understand.
And even caught the attention of some major NFL teams. And don't touch that dial.
What do you hear? What do you say?
We're revealing the greatest television shows of all time.
If you don't like what is being said, change the conversation.
Who took the top spot?
Get out of here!
And did your favorite make the list? We'll find out in Pop Start today, Wednesday, December 20th, 2023.
On a girls' trip with 3 generations from Washington, North Dakota! Shout out to Duke University in Durham, North Carolina! Let's go Duke! Visiting from Knoxville, Tennessee! Fort Worth, Texas! Coal City, Illinois! Waverly, Iowa! And Blackville, Kentucky! Hello to our granddaughter, Lily Sparrow! And Denver, Texas! First time in New York! From Katy, Texas!
We're back 8/12 with the story of a remarkable teacher using her passion away from school as a teaching skill in her classroom.
Yes, her now viral lessons are touching families and fans all over the country. And get this, it all started with some basic number crunching.
NBC's Sam Brock joins us from Pinecrest Elementary in Miami this morning with more. Hi, Sam.
Savannah, good morning, guys. Good morning. Mary Martinez is a third grade teacher here at Pinecrest Elementary who happens to like the Miami Dolphins a lot. Like a lot. This class right here is the Martinez MVP standing by. Now, this all started, guys, with some simple math, as you mentioned. They were tracking Tyreek Hill's chase for 2,000 yards, the star wide receiver for the Dolphins. It has evolved into so much more, with the Miami Dolphins and the New York Jets even getting involved.
Happy Friday!
Happy Friday!
If you're going to step foot onto Mary Martinez's field of play, aka her third grade classroom,
Have the Dolphins played the Jets yet? Yes!
students better bring an open mind and a keen sense of sportsmanship. Because as the penalties posted on the door reveal, how we treat others is the name of the game.
Where did this idea come from?
I've loved sports all my life, and as I started in third grade, I noticed that there was an interest more in sports. And while I love the Dolphins and I want them to be perfect like 1972, the losses are my favorite part because it's where the lessons come from. It's where we are able to learn and to grow, and that's such an important thing for the kids to understand.
Football for you is a metaphor for teaching them life lessons.
Yes.
Earlier this season,
How many yards did Tyreek Hill get against the Jets last time?
the Pinecrest Elementary teacher became a viral sensation by following the sensational play of Dolphins receiver Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill on kill!
Calculating his yards per game as Hill chases history in a 2,000-yard season.
Ignacio has guessed Tyreek Hill's yards exactly. He's getting a no homework pass. Say, way to go, Ignacio!
Way to go, Ignacio!
But these videos, filmed by a 9-year-old photographer, Nicholas, really exploded when Miss Martinez expanded her playbook and talked about how Jets injured quarterback Aaron Rodgers reached out to Dolphins player Jalen Phillips, who suffered the same brutal Achilles tear in the same stadium.
To offer him support through his injury, to say, hey man, I've been there too.
And she even gave her Jets towel from the game to her lone Jets student, Giovanni.
I know what you're thinking. You have a student that's a Jets fan?
Yes, I have a student that's a Jets fan.
If that moment touched Giovanni,
I even showed him once on my phone where it just said New York Jets liked post, and he was about to melt.
just imagine the emotions rushing through Miss Martinez's entire class when Dolphins players like Bradley Chubb started posting videos.
I just want to send a special shout out to you, Miss Martinez, and your class. Thank you all for the support.
Then the Dolphins inviting Mary to Monday Night Football. And perhaps the culmination, the New York Jets surprising that one stalwart supporter.
I open the box, and there's this letter. And it's like an official Jets letter. And it's for Giovanni. And it says, we're so excited for you and wanted to send you this signed football from Brees, Garrett, and Quincy. Jets.
Jets.
So here you go, Giovanni. This is from the Jets.
The proud Gang Green fan fighting back tears.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how happy would you say you are right now?
1,000.
The teams in this case, casting rivalries aside for a teacher whose voice has transcended the gridiron.
The game is so much bigger than just playing football. I mean, to some people it is just football, but to me it's everything. You can learn so much from the game.
Now, Mary, of course, is an internet darling at this point, but how did this all come about? Your mom approached me inside of a Nordstrom and said, I watch the Today Show every single day. I had this amazing daughter. You have to do a story on her. What did you call your mom now?
The momager, of course.
She's a momager. Her #1 hype woman. And
Yeah.
so that was so important to the story. But also, poor Giovanni. You know what? Like, we're talking about hard lessons in life, school of hard knocks. They basically lost 30-0, Giovanni, after that entire thing. But I say to him that, you know what? This is life as a Jets fan, guys. This is what happens when a team gives you just a little bit of hope and they rip it away from you. So I feel like there were lessons learned in this as well.
There's always lessons that can be learned, no matter what, right, guys? We learn a lot of lessons every single day, right?
Do they have a message maybe for us? What do you guys think right now?
What do you
What would
think?
you want to say to the Today
What do we want to
Show?
say? Go Dolphins!
I do not subscribe to that one, but we can appreciate what the Dolphins have done for this team, and what an amazing story. Great job with everything you're doing to teach life lessons to these kids. Thank you, Mary. Guys, let me send it back to you.
Miss Martinez!
There you go.
Great job, kids, too.
Oh my God. If that
Thank
does
you.
not, that's going to catch on. That method of teaching is going to catch on because it's something.
Well, just meeting kids where their
Yes.
interests are makes
Yes.
a lot of sense.
And you know what? Can we say hi to her mom?
I know.
Who went up to Sam in a Nordstrom?
I know. By the way, that's and Giovanni.
And Giovanni.
Why was
Giovanni.
Sam was a little cruel.
Yeah.
Sam,
Giovanni.
you were a little cruel to Giovanni, okay?
Giovanni, Jets.
Yeah.
Jets.
Giovanni, let them know how you feel, buddy. Who are you
them
still
know.
rooting for, Giovanni?
Who's your team?
The Jets.
Oh, Giovanni, you can do better than that. Jets.
Jets.
That was right.
We tried.
All right, thank you guys.
Man, that was a great story.
Awesome.
God. By the way, while we're talking football, don't forget, we've got a double dose of it for you on Saturday, a holiday doubleheader. Bengals, Steelers, 3 p.m. Eastern here on NBC and Peacock. That game is going to be followed by the Bills and the Chargers at 7:30 Eastern. That one exclusively on Peacock.
66 now. I've been feeling it since 1966 now. Might have had your fill, but feel it still.
We are back with Portugal the Man's Grammy-winning song, Feel It Still. And Hoda, you got a chance to sit down with two members of the band.
That's right. Lead singer and songwriter John Gorley and his wife and singer Zoe Manville, along with being incredible musicians, they're also devoted parents. They're using their voices to draw attention to a cause that is near and dear to their hearts. John Gorley and his wife Zoe Manville were at the height of their success with their band Portugal the Man's Grammy-winning single, Feel It Still. But then their daughter, Frances, began showing signs of a devastating disease.
She was 9 in the pandemic, 2021. We were doing homeschooling, and she just seemed to kind of deteriorate. Then she started to fall down a lot, which at the time I didn't know if it was her just kind of being clumsy.
I love you.
4 years after that hit single, their 12-year-old daughter was diagnosed with a rare genetic disease, DHDDS.
DHDDS is a neurodegenerative, neurodevelopmental disease. Part of the things that come along with it is epilepsy.
When did you realize this is something that is clearly really serious?
We started seeing her have these seizures. Start falling down.
Really, at the time, it just kind of looked like her falling asleep for a few seconds.
It was just like instant.
Yeah, and it's not what you think of when you think of seizures.
Before we get into what happened next, describe her as a little girl. She's pretty awesome.
Yes, she's like a little comedian. She's very funny and loving.
Well, I love the way she walks into a school and she's like, hi, Billy, hi, Jeff, hi, Sarah. Like, she's just like, what's that? How are you? How are you? It's infectious.
And watching her on stage with you guys too is equally infectious. There's something about her. She is fearless.
Yes, I was gonna say no inhibition.
DHDDS is a rare disease and only 70 people in the world are known to have it. So when you got the diagnosis, and it must have just sounded like a bunch of letters, how did the doctors explain it to you?
So DHDDS is like Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, dementia in kids. It's neurodegenerative, and that's probably the scariest thing you can hear as a parent.
Yeah, it was pretty crushing and, I mean, devastating.
John and Zoe created a GoFundMe page to help with the skyrocketing cost of Frances's personalized treatment. How expensive are the medications?
I think up to $2 million.
$2 million?
Yeah, and...
For the medicine?
So that's a very specific medicine that would be for one person, so it costs a lot.
The idea that anyone can afford a $2 million treatment is insane.
There is no treatment for DHDDS. You need to develop the treatment.
Yeah.
And this disease is rare, but there's millions of kids with rare diseases.
So what do doctors say about Frances's prognosis?
I feel like nobody knows what's going to happen or how fast it's going to happen.
There's hope. There's examples of kids in front of us that have had cognitive improvements with these treatments.
Yeah.
And that gives us a lot of hope.
Is there one song that you guys perform that says Frances to you?
We have a song on the new album called Times of Fantasy, and it ends with this: I got a feeling things are gonna be just fine.
I love feeling.
And Frances heard that song, and she just started singing that line. And we ended up bringing her into the studio to sing it with us because she would sing to the demo.
Just fine.
Her voice, little voice, pops out, and it's so perfect.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, and what keeps you going?
I think seeing Frances happy, there are some success stories out there. That's a huge hope for everybody.
Yeah, and they are keeping hope alive. Frances, in fact, during our interview was right upstairs. She does perform with them, and she is the brightest light. But they said when they were talking about treatment, they said it's going to be expensive, and he said, we'll sell our house, and they said that's not enough. So it just shows you where they are. I mean, the fact that they needed a GoFundMe page and still do to raise money so that they can have some kind of treatment for their daughter.
And I mean, it's not that there's a cure, it's just some treatment to hold off symptoms and that
just in between. But they're fighting for all kids, by the way. You have to. This was a remarkable couple, and I was honored to sit with them. It was an honor. Yeah. And by the way, big thanks to the Rosevale Kitchen at the Civilian Hotel for letting us have our interview there. And we should mention you can find more on Frances' story on our website, today.com.
When we come back, we'll take a bit of a turn here. We're going to sit down with the cast of The Iron Claw to talk about their transformations, and not just their physical transformations, to bring that real-life story of a pro wrestling dynasty to the big screen. But first, this is Today on NBC. We are back with four incredibly talented stars who've come together for a very special project. It's a new film. It's called The Iron Claw. And it tells the true story of the Von Erich family. It was a professional wrestling dynasty back in the late 70s, early 80s. Zac Efron, Jeremy Allen White, Harris Dickinson, and Stanley Simons play the brothers. We're going to talk to them in just a moment. But first, let's step into the ring. Zac, Jeremy, Harris, Stanley, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
So, Zac Efron is a legitimate, bona fide Hollywood superstar, but that is not why he is wearing sunglasses this morning.
No, I'm sorry, man. I feel weird being in shades. I just have a bit of an eye infection, but I really wanted to be here. It's such a good movie, and I wanted to come see you guys and tell everyone about it.
It's better than a good movie. It's a fantastic film, and we were just talking. I just finished watching it yesterday. I grew up watching wrestling. I grew up watching the NWA. I knew who Ric Flair was. I was not as familiar with this story, and I understand you weren't either.
We found out about the story, most of us did, through reading the script and through investigating, the Von Erich legacy. It really is a crazy true story, and these guys changed wrestling. They changed the face of wrestling. It's amazing.
The physical transformation, and this shows it, the physical transformation that each of you had to undergo to pull this off, that was quite the feat in and of itself. How'd you do it?
Man, a lot of work.
A lot of eating. A lot of lifting heavy things. These guys were big men, and we were trying to catch up.
So that physical preparation was intense, but it really paid off, man.
Yeah.
It really informed us on.
It did. And it wasn't just the physical transformation. I mean, I would imagine the mental transformation, the emotional transformation as well had to take quite the toll.
Yeah, I mean, it's heavy. The tragedy and kind of like brutality that fell upon this family. It's really it's unbelievable. But yeah, I think we tried to highlight too, you know, like the celebration and the love and the bond between these brothers. Yeah, it was important.
Yeah, and we'll say that, you know, the director Sean created a really wonderful environment on set. So between takes, we were laughing and having a good time. I mean, that was my experience.
A lot of joy.
Yeah.
Stanley, this is your first project sort of on this scale. What was it like working with these three?
It's amazing. These guys are as cool as they seem. Yeah, it was so much fun. Privilege, and I learned a lot.
Jeremy, Zac Efron, I read that he was quite the leader behind the scenes as well.
Yeah,
Was he a decent fellow on set?
Oh my God, more than decent, man. Like I remember, it was really amazing. Like prior to filming, during filming, and since, he's been like such a champion and cheerleader for everybody. Real like motivator. And just really like the most supportive, man. Really
Well,
wonderful.
you know, it's easy, man. These guys are such talented young actors, and when you hear you're playing a professional wrestler, I think the hairs on the back of your neck go up a little bit.
Yeah.
It can be you're kind of vulnerable up there in the ring. And from day one, just the commitment out of all these guys was extraordinary. So, yeah, I guess it felt kind of natural to just encourage them. And I know how I was feeling when I got out there in my underwear and I was in front of the audience for the first time. So
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Harris, the costumes alone. I mean, the costumes, not to give away too much of the story, but you guys spend the better part of the movie in tights and shirtless.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, it's a lot. We were saying
that was
yesterday, like, there's this strange moment between takes where we were out in the sportatorium with like hundreds of amazing like supporting artists who were cheering us on, and then you know the camera cuts and you're sort of stood there in hot pants and you just feel like, okay, I'm gonna waddle back to the green.
grab a water,
grab a water, because the adrenaline of a take where everyone's shouting, it's like,
it's one thing to be out there wrestling,
Yeah.
and then it's another when they call cut, and you kind of just got to find a pose.
Yeah.
Stand in.
Is it true, Jeremy, that when you guys would go out to dinner occasionally, you would have folks who would recognize you from the Bear, and they would send out free food?
Yeah. They kept us fed.
It's the only reason I went for dinner with him. It was the only perk, really.
Yeah, shout out to all the wonderful restaurants in Baton Rouge. They really took care of us.
Yeah.
That's a real perk, man.
Yeah,
That's great.
Yeah.
Where are we on season 3? What's the
Where
latest?
are we? I think we're gonna get started up in like February, March, and I'm gonna get together with some chefs in January and start prepping in the kitchen again, sharpening up the skills. Yeah.
Zac, Jeremy, Harris, Stanley, again, it's a solid film. Congratulations.
Thank you
so
very
much.
much, man. Appreciate it.
It's called The Iron Claw. It hits theaters on Friday. Guys?
All right, Craig, thank you. Coming up next, we're going to kick off Choir Week and the final push to Christmas with joyous music from the Philadelphia Boys Choir and Chorale. But first, this is Today on NBC.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
We are enjoying the beautiful sounds of the Philadelphia Boys Choir and Chorale this morning.
Yes, for more than 5 decades, this award-winning group has been performing all over the world, and we are happy to welcome them back to our plaza.
Led by choir alum Jeffrey Smith, here they are with Oh Holy Night.
This morning on the third hour of Today, Grift Card. A new warning about a scam hitting close to home, and it happened in our Today family.
I checked it before I checked out. Everything looked good from the outside.
If you bought a gift card for the holidays, listen up. Criminals stealing money without a trace, how we can protect our purchases. Plus, here comes the rush, an inside look at the busy week ahead and all of the work that goes into keeping us moving. And while we're talking travel, let's reveal the best travel destinations for 2024, from sandy beaches to bustling cities. Then in Today Food, 2 fantastic Korean dishes that will take our holiday dinners to another level. Today, Wednesday, December 20th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
So good. And you know what? These boys have been up for a very long time, and men too. They were up when I came in this morning. So good morning and welcome to the third hour today. This is certainly a wonderful way to begin our show today. A Christmas classic performed by the Philadelphia Boys Choir and Chorale. They're kicking off our choir week.
And one
here
of your
on Today.
sons sang.
One of my brothers, Cardozo, used to sing with the Philadelphia Boys Choir. I mean, it is a tradition founded in the 1960s. They've won an Emmy. They were nominated for a Grammy. They've performed all over the world. It's a really good experience for these boys.
And you know why they're singing today? What? What day is it?
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Hump Day.
Yes. Yes. We should have gotten into this. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, fortunately for us, the week is not a winter wonderland, so weather shouldn't impact the holiday travel rush. But the TSA is predicting near record numbers. This morning, we're going to get an incredible inside look at all the people it takes behind the scenes keeping us moving. Who can do that? Of course, NBC's Tom Costello is the only one who could bring us this story, and he is live at Costello National Airport in Washington, D.C.
Guys, I've got good news for you. Talk about a perfect day to fly. This is it, right? I've got hardly any delays or cancellations nationwide. Dallas right now is the most affected airport, according to FlightAware. It ain't bad in Dallas. This is a good day. And as you know, 7 a.m. at any airport is when it's really busy. So now, by 9 o'clock, things have calmed down. We're between the banks, as they say, the banks of passengers leaving. However, if you are flying today or tomorrow, the busiest travel days, you won't have a lot of elbow room. Every seat will be taken. The good news this Wednesday morning, with 114 million people expected on the roads this holiday stretch and 2.5 million moving through TSA checkpoints each day, much of the country is now clear of volatile travel weather for now, though the floodwaters remain.
Winter weather will be a challenge. It will certainly be a challenge in the next few weeks. For Dulles, wind gusts as we're preparing for a possible ground stop.
At the FAA Command Center in Virginia,
That Icelandic volcano is not expected to have any impacts.
they watch everything from potential volcanic ash drifting out of Iceland to storms moving across the U.S.
A powerful low-pressure system pulling into New England.
In 24/7 constant communication,
Kennedy, possible ground stop depth of 2,300.
air traffic control, airline reps, defense, and national weather experts, all in one room.
Possibility of Newark ground stop and ground delay program due to winds.
This is the heart of the FAA's command and control for the nation's airspace. If an airport anywhere needs a ground delay or ground stop, they order it here. Weather is always top of screen and top of mind.
If you put a thunderstorm in like northern New Jersey, it could have a ripple effect across the entire country.
All the way to SFO in San Francisco.
Yes, absolutely. San Francisco arrival delay advisory 39 is now active.
Managing that ripple effect is air traffic manager Jija Vengal's daily mandate.
So we do try to manage our high complex capacity areas to ensure that there's a smooth transition throughout the rest of the airspace.
Military operations for Miami Center have been canceled for this morning.
With nearly 50,000 flights both today and tomorrow, the FAA has opened military airspace and more high-altitude highways. But the agency is still short several thousand air traffic controllers, leading to mandatory overtime and an urgent search.
We know we need more air traffic controllers. We're working hard to hire from a variety of sources and keep them moving through the training pipeline.
Yeah, that's the FAA chief there who says, listen, that push to hire more controllers, that really gets underway. They're going to start looking and go out on a big hiring binge in the spring. So if you know a young person who's just coming out of high school or college, they want to start that kind of a career path, they might have a real good future ahead of them. Something to consider as they are trying to fill the ranks of the air traffic controllers. Guys, back to you.
All right. Thank you, Tom. That was fascinating. Perfect day to fly.
I don't know if I've ever heard him say that.
I know. I have not.
So
By
go
the way,
somewhere today.
We love it when folks show up here on the plaza. Yeah. We especially love it when folks show up on our plaza and they understand the assignment. There's a gentleman.
All right.
Clearly a fan of Elf, the movie. Came in costume. Thank you,
that.
sir.
I like that.
Thanks for bringing the holidays.
And he's got a small bottle of maple syrup in his
I made it. We got you on, buddy.
From that travel rush that Tom was just telling us about to a holiday warning now. This is a really eye-opening story. Gift cards, of course, wildly popular this time of year, especially in my house. Not anymore, though. I listen to Vicky Nguyen. But before you buy those gift cards, you need to see this story. NBC's senior consumer and investigative correspondent Vicky Nguyen is here, and someone who's also very near and dear to our heart.
Scammed. This is one of the worst ones we've seen yet. Good morning. As you are about to see, these scammers make it really hard to spot a bogus gift card before you buy it. Something a member of our Today family found out firsthand.
I got scammed.
The person scratches the back off and then re-glues the card.
Consumers posting warnings about compromised gift cards, a crime that cost $228 million last year.
The barcode is not there anymore, so you cannot do anything about it.
Police from coast to coast warning about a surge in so-called gift card draining.
We want to let everyone know about the latest scam that we have gotten word of.
Police say scammers steal these cards, then they copy the card number and the security code, then they reseal it. You can't even tell it's been tampered with. When you load money onto that card, the scammer pounces and drains it.
It happened to Weekend Today anchor and senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett.
This is a very Grinchy moment with these gift cards.
Right? She purchased $2,000 worth of vanilla gift Visa cards at this New York CVS, only to find 3 of her presents to colleagues had scuff marks where the security code should have been, and the funds drained.
From the naked eye, these do not appear to be tampered with at all.
Right? Not even a little bit.
Right.
All of the seals look totally fine. In fact, it says on here, if tamper evident, don't purchase. So I checked it before I checked out. Everything looked good from the outside.
Laura showed us one card that appeared to be totally normal, the barcode and security pin untouched. But when we checked the card balance, zero. The money Laura loaded onto the card November 27th disappeared 14 days later. One survey found almost 1 in 4 gift card recipients said they've received a card that was drained. So I went back to that same CVS.
Okay, so here's where the gift cards are. They're kind of in the middle of the store, not really under the watchful eye of anyone at the register. So it's sort of easy to see how they could be tampered with.
From the outside, they look secure and sealed.
I'd like to put $20 on each of these gift cards. We have our gift cards.
8 of the 9 cards appeared normal.
Okay, this one has a security code.
But then
this one has the security code gouged out. Take a look. That has absolutely been tampered with, and we could not see that when it was in the packaging.
In statements to NBC News, the Retail Gift Card Association and Vanilla Gift say in part, criminals have come up with more innovative ways to card drain, and they are working to stay ahead of it. They urge the public to report any fraud to police and call the number on the back of the card. CVS adds they're investigating our findings and say they warn customers about fraud risks and urge employees to check gift card racks for tampered cards every day.
I had seen your segment, so I was on notice. I knew that this was going to be an issue. I just didn't think that was going to happen to me.
To avoid a scam, some police say don't buy a physical gift card because it's nearly impossible to know which ones have been compromised. If you do, choose one that's closer to the register or, better yet, behind the counter. Recipients should check the balance and spend their gift cards quickly to reduce risk. And buy with a credit card to increase your chances of getting a refund.
A lot of important tips. And fortunately for Laura, she did pay with a credit card. She got her money back as the credit card company is now investigating. And remember, the second you suspect fraud, you want to file that report right away with police and your credit card company. Do not buy gift cards with a debit card. because you have very little recourse.
But
Like
if
cash.
I used the card and it didn't really work, I don't know if I would tell you that it didn't work.
That's what they're banking on.
Like, so that's the
Exactly.
thing, because I wouldn't want to make you
feel
bad.
And I have to, but I'm so glad that they did, and the recipients in this case also felt that way, Chanel.
Sure.
But thankfully, they told Laura, who happened to be there when I was there, and was like, "Vicky, figure this out. Let's help. Like, let's work on this." You got to speak up, because thankfully she was made whole, so Laura didn't lose the money. The recipients still get the money or the gift, right? So you got to speak up. You want to.
By the way, kudos to Mary, the hairstylist who came forward, who actually said to Laura, "Hey, Laura, you gave me a bad card."
No, she
Way
was
to go, Mary.
much more diplomatic, and it was because she also noticed that another of the recipients had nothing on the card.
Doesn't show how quickly you use the gift card.
E-gift cards any safer?
E-gift cards can be safer in the sense you go right to that website, you're buying it, you're sending it to the recipient, but you got to make sure it doesn't go to their spam folder. It doesn't get deleted. Just the bottom line here, be very careful.
Just
with
give
gift
cash.
cards.
Just write a check.
Check.
That's it.
Cash is
I don't know. This smells like an inside job.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, but not
accusing
saying-
anybody.
Right.
Not accusing anybody, but accusing somebody. Anyway, coming up, a look back at some of the memorable moments in 2023. Sports, pop culture, and more. By the numbers. Then later, congratulations are in order. Actor Greta Lee live talking about her first Golden Globe nomination in a film getting so much buzz. Third hour of today. We'll be right back.
The countdown is on to 2024, and so this morning, we're going to look back at the year that was, by the numbers. Here to break down 2023's memorable moments, NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung. We always love it when we go by the numbers. We've never done it this way before. This is something new.
And we're going to look back at kind of the big headlines in 2023. So let's start off, obviously, with AI. So the number I've got for you is 100 million. That's how many weekly users are on ChatGPT, which really blew 100 million every week.
Wow.
That's how many people are using it. Hopefully not students cheating on their homework and whatnot. But again, AI is blowing up like crazy. That was the big story over the year. But of course, economically, a few other things as well. Egg prices, you remember at the beginning of the year? It was like $5 a dozen. We've seen a $2.68 decrease in egg prices. It's about just over $2 a dozen on average now. And it was also a good year for your 401k. Check this out, 20% rise in the S&P 500. That was certainly good news for people that have money in a 401k. And then the labor movement was big this year. We saw the UAW, SAG-AFTRA, 405 strikes this year. There were other small ones that we didn't even notice. Fast food workers, pharmacies, the like.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, a lot happened.
We've been talking about revenge travel for a couple of years now. Of course, the pandemic ended a while ago, but people still seem to be like traveling a lot more than they did before the pandemic.
That's the thing. People are still trying to catch up on experiences, and 17.5%. This is a stat that I actually didn't know before we researched this. This was the share of flights from the United States that are international. They were going to Cancun. So Cancun specifically accounts for a lot of international travel for Americans. I've only been once. I didn't realize that many people go. That's according to Skift. A lot of people trying to get their passports. Obviously, over 24 million passports were issued in the last.
Issued or renewed?
That includes renewals as well, I believe. Yeah, that's according to the U.S. government. And for those that are doing domestic travel, New York City was the #1 destination, especially during the holiday time, to check out, of course, the tree right here in Rockefeller Plaza. But it's going to cost you a lot to travel for the holidays. Almost $2,000 on average per person was the amount that's going to be spent for holiday travel. That includes everything, plane ticket, hotel, and what have you.
So, Brian, big sports year, 2023.
Big sports year. So the first stat I'm going to start off with is 114.2 million. That's how many people tuned in for the Super Bowl. Wow. Kansas City Chiefs, Philadelphia Eagles, close match there. But obviously a huge number there. Remains the most watched show. When it comes to other sports records, though, check this out. New marathon world record was set this year at the Chicago Marathon. 2 hours and 35 seconds. That's
just a little lower than Chanel Jones.
Chanel was, she was close. She was close. By the way, that's about a 4-minute, 35-second mile split.
That's right.
Absolutely insane. 92,000 fans attended the most attended women's sporting event this year. That was Nebraska. They had a volleyball game.
Yes.
You got to check out the photos. It was amazing at Memorial Stadium. Super cool. And then lastly here, points scored. The previous record was 38,387 points scored in the regular season in the NBA. That was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, eclipsed by LeBron James in February.
Right.
So
Right.
big
And
record
Kareem was
setting
so gracious when he
he
went.
was, yeah. Oh, you know, let's
I love this. This is fun. It's like a year in review. All right, let's talk about pop culture. Look at the money.
Oh, a lot
that
of money.
is generated.
$1.4 billion. This was how much was generated by the highest grossing movie of the year, which was Barbie. I haven't seen it yet, by the way. I got to get around to it. I heard it's on streaming now, so I'll be able to catch it.
You got your pink shoes.
I got the pink shoes. I'm ready in the mood. We also have the stat here. 20,000 tickets were sold for Barbenheimer, according to AMC.
Okay.
People that went in and bought both at the same time. $1 billion gross from Taylor Swift's Eras Tour.
Look at
400% jump in Travis Kelce.
I have a question.
Yes.
Don't judge.
Okay.
Do they get a cut from each jersey sold?
The team does, right? But Travis Kelce
doesn't get a cut.
But he's going to get endorsements, obviously, from everything.
That's right.
Again, it's great that Taylor put him on the map.
Right,
Right? We're so happy
And
for him.
it's too bad you don't see him in any commercials.
Exactly. And then lastly,
what's that one?
3.2 million copies of Spare sold in the first week, obviously, from Prince
I
Harry.
was one of those 3.2 million.
There you go.
Prince,
And I think do we have one final number?
We have one
Sure, let's go.
We have the big number.
Oh, the big number.
The big number right here.
This one.
Right
over
here.
Over here.
Right here.
The big number is 366
What is
because
that?
that's the amount of days that are going to be in 2024. Looking
is
ahead.
this,
It's a leap year.
Oh, I didn't know that.
What do you know?
Cool.
February 29th.
We just learned a
I
lot.
had an aunt who was born on February 29th. Aunt Marie.
Okay, little things you don't know about Chanel. Unbelievable. All right.
We are back with an actor who critics just can't stop buzzing about. Greta Lee is known for playing supporting roles in shows like Girls, Russian Doll, and The Morning Show.
I hadn't heard of The Morning Show, but apparently a lot of people watch that. Now she has stepped into a starring role in Past Lives. The film follows Nora and their childhood sweetheart who reconnect decades later and try to figure out how they fit into each other's lives.
And Nora's husband has some questions as well. Take a look.
Is he attractive?
I think so. He's really masculine in this way that I think is so Korean.
Are you attracted to him?
I don't think so. I don't know. I mean, I don't think so.
I mean, look at the position he's in, though.
That really makes you feel good. Last week, the film nominated for 5 Golden Globes, including a Best Lead Actress nomination for you, Greta Lee. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
That is so exciting.
It is.
So what was that like when you heard the news?
Well, I've never been nominated before, and just the general idea of winning an award for acting, this is all very new to me. I didn't know that they announced them so early.
Yeah.
So I was
Well, you
not
didn't bask in the
expecting it.
glow for a while.
Right. It's out of generosity to have more hours to bask.
Exactly.
But I didn't know they announced it literally 5:30 in the morning,
Yeah.
and I was
Yeah.
dead asleep.
Right.
My phone started blowing up, and I thought there was an emergency.
I love
And this is a pivotal moment for you because I was reading an article that said that you don't know that you can go back to what you were doing now that you've gotten this chance.
I mean, when you have an experience like this, it just feels so once in a lifetime. And, you know, I'd been working for almost 20 years, and I've loved the supporting roles that I've gotten to play. They're very near and dear to me. And Nora was absolutely made on the wings of these women that I've gotten to play. But now that I've done this, I don't know. It just makes it a little hard.
It's so good. Let's talk about the movie for a moment. Your character, as we just saw, has deep connections to two men. So she has her husband and then now her childhood best friend. So talk
Yes.
about that. I mean, you have fate and destiny all kind of playing a part here.
Yeah, I mean, on the simplest level, it is a sort of love triangle between these two men, and it's based on a real life situation. The Celine Song, our director and writer, she actually found herself in a New York City bar, flanked between these two men, her husband and then her actual childhood sweetheart.
Wow.
Yeah, that was
That's
the
a plot.
seed of the movie. And my character is, navigating these two men who know and love her in two totally different ways.
Well, I mean, it sounds like the part was designed for you, but is it true that initially you did not get the role?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. You know, as it happens, I fell in love with the script and I fell hard. So it hurt when I auditioned and didn't get it. And not only that, I got a phone call from a producer saying, you know, there's something really exciting we need to discuss. And I assumed it was about the job. And that phone call, it turned out it was actually for Greta Gerwig.
Oh. They called the wrong person.
They called the wrong Greta.
Oh, sorry, not you.
Yes. Which just added to my, yeah, a little bit. But then a year later.
I was going to say, it worked out pretty well.
I kind of feel like it's like a storybook. And also, too, listen, you know, for you talked about the fact that, like, you know, this breakthrough role coming in your 40s, like, it's just like, it goes to show things are still happening.
Yeah. And sometimes, I mean, that's what I've been thinking a lot about my child self. And if I could tell her, you know, just hang in there. And sometimes your dream just ends up even better than you could have ever imagined, you know? I feel like all of this reflects kind of like the movie.
Yeah.
It's this idea of inyan and destiny. This is like a Korean word for
it's
inyan.
Inyan.
Yeah.
Inyan.
Yeah. My whole experience in getting involved with a film, it really, it is this idea of fate.
It's that's it. Good things come to those who wait. And this is the year. Vogue said they caught our eye. Greta Lee has quietly become this year's best.
I mean, that's a big deal. I mean,
is this something that comes
movie's
naturally?
great,
Yeah, you're like, forget the clothes. Yeah.
Is this a thing that has fashion always been part of your life?
Yes, it has. I think it is. I've always subscribed to that idea that, you know, it's just another expression of identity. I've always loved it, even, ever since I was a little girl. I love hats too. We just saw this amazing.
You're just
hat by the
so
row.
darn delightful.
Yeah.
I'm like,
and all those pictures, you've got this kind of smoldering look, and yet you've got this lovely
I can't
confidence.
smile.
Yeah, here you're smiling, and this is the many sides of Greta Lee.
Ridiculous.
And did you guys also know that she went to Northwestern University?
Well,
Yes.
I knew that was going to come up.
Go Cats. Go Cats.
The pride of Northwestern.
Maybe we can make Northwestern Magazine.
There you go.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
But forget about Vogue. Northwestern Magazine. All right, Greta Lee, thank you so much.
Thanks for having
It's so
me.
lovely having you here. Past Lives, available now to rent or buy.
And that studio, 824, it's like everything they touch now. It's just gold. Coming up, the best travel destinations in the year ahead, whether you're looking for some fun in the sun, maybe a big city, maybe a different kind of adventure altogether. We've got you covered when the third hour of Today comes right back.
If one of your New Year's resolutions is to travel more in 24, then we have you covered.
I like what you did.
That sounds like one of your sayings.
I know it does. Wait for it. Travel and Leisure is out with their list of the 50 best places to travel in 2024. There are beaches, cities, outdoor adventures, you name it. Travel and Leisure editor-in-chief Jackie Gifford is here to show us some of the big picks. Good morning to you.
Welcome back.
Guys,
Good to see
good
you, Jackie.
morning. So let's dig right in here. This first one, if you want a beach vibe, you say this happens to be the #1 location, huh?
Costa Rica. It was actually our destination of the year for
I've never been.
2024.
Have you guys been?
I have.
It ticks so many boxes: adventure, wellness, nature. I don't know if you realize, but Costa Rica is one of the most biodiverse places on earth. They have 500,000 species packed into 20,000 square miles.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Beaches.
Take me here.
I mean, come on. It's just absolutely beautiful. There's also the Camino de Costa Rica, which was just unveiled. It's a 200-mile trek that you do from the Caribbean coast to the Pacific side.
wow.
So if you're into adventure, also the food is great. There's an Afro-Caribbean culinary scene, coffee, just great stuff there.
I've been wanting to go to Costa
Me
Rica
too.
for years. So
Well,
maybe
now's their time.
Okay.
Sounds like a buddy up.
Yes, sign me up. So this next city, full disclosure, it's one of my favorite American cities. I went 3 times when I was 25. But a lot of folks find Vegas a little, it's a little much. You maintain Vegas should be visited by all.
I think Vegas is getting bigger and bolder and better. And I have to say, the residency scene is amazing. Look, U2, the Sphere, everybody's talking about it. It's part of the Venetian. It's a multi-billion-dollar. It's not even really a stadium concert venue. It's like a multi-sensory experience.
Yeah.
And
cool.
people are going to see, they really want to see Christina Aguilera and Kylie Minogue are coming to Voltaire at the Venetian next year. F1 has taken over, and it's awesome in November. And then also the Super Bowl is coming to Allegiant Stadium.
Wow.
It's the first Super Bowl ever held in Nevada since the Raiders moved. So it's now a sports town in addition to all the other things.
That's good. And, by the way, there's gambling.
And by the way,
there's and food.
Yeah.
So if you want to immerse yourself in culture, what do you suggest?
We're suggesting Métis Crossing. It's in Alberta, Canada. So this is a cultural center, a wildlife park. There's also a 40-room lodge. So it really dives into the indigenous culture of the Métis people. And what they have are these beautiful sky watching domes. So Northern Lights, you can watch them literally from your room. Wow. It's absolutely incredible. And in the summer, it's an all-year destination. In the summer, you can go canoeing and hiking. And then in the wintertime, it's all about snowshoeing. And again, it's really an indigenous cultural center. Alberta, they're projecting $125 million coming to the province in terms of indigenous tourism in 2024.
Love that. Let's talk about for the nature lover. So many activities we can do at this next place.
Yes, Big Sky, Montana. So have you guys ever been there?
Yes.
I love it. I was there actually last fall. So again, another place, year-round destination.
Never been here.
You want to go
what is
skiing?
that?
I know, Big Sky Mountain Resort. It's the 3rd largest ski resort in North America. They just renovated the Lone Peak Tram, I should say. So they've added seating. It goes a little faster. There's over 300 ski runs and terrain. It's just absolutely beautiful and all sorts of abilities and levels. So if you're a beginner, you can totally feel comfortable there. It's also close to Yellowstone National Park, which is a huge bonus. So I was able to go to Yellowstone right from that area. New airlift coming in and more luxury hotels opening, which is great.
Last but not least, a river cruise that features a lot of American history.
Yes, Mississippi River. So again, new boats have come to the area, whether it's Viking, American Queen Voyages, American Cruise Line. You can do a river cruise that really dives into the history of the American South, the food, the music, going from, say, even New Orleans to Memphis. You can go even on up further. But river cruising provides a lot of value, I should say, too, because of the fact that your food and your drinks, it's all included.
How long forgive my ignorance here, how long typically is a river cruise?
You could do a week, you could do even shorter. So a lot of people, again, river cruising has sort of taken off. It's actually, it's a TikTok trend. If you search river cruising, there's a lot of people who have questions about it and post about it. But the Mississippi River, it's in our own backyard. And again, you get to dive into music and history and food.
There's another buddy up for us, guys, a river cruise.
That was great. Great guess there.
Thank you.
Because we're going to travel more in 24.
That's it.
Here.
More Chanel sayings. Coming up, Wellness Wednesday, we're going to tell you what it means to choose joy and how to find some calm during this busy season. And later, in Today Food, we are so looking forward to this. Make your holiday dinner really stand out. 2 Korean recipes that look and taste incredible. 3rd hour today. I'll be right back.
this Wellness Wednesday. We are taking a moment during this busy, stressful season to pause, to exhale, and to center ourselves in gratitude and joy. And here to help us put the cheer back in the holidays, one of our favorites, psychotherapist and author, Nero Feliciano. Good morning. Welcome back, Nero.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. So, I mean, listen, this can be a really stressful time of year for just about everybody. You maintain that we can still, even if we're struggling, you can find joy in happiness, or if you're not happy, you can find joy. What's the difference between the two?
Yeah, it's joy to the world season, but when the world feels heavy, when we're struggling with grief or loss, financial stress, or whatever it is, we may not feel happy. But happiness and joy are different. Happiness is circumstantial. It's when things are going well for you. When someone gives you a thoughtful gift, or you have no traffic or on the way to work, or you pick the fast line.
Temporary.
Yeah, in the grocery store, which I never do, by the way. So, but joy is deeper, and it's the happiness that doesn't depend on what happens. You can choose joy even in difficulty, and when you do the things that elicit joy, then those feelings of happiness, peace, contentment follow.
How do you choose joy? I mean, our moods kind of, I always thought, happen to us, not from within us.
Actually, there's more that you can do that elicit a positive response in your body neurochemically, which affect how we feel.
Okay.
Connecting with loved ones, people you care about, spending time with them, releases endorphins and mood-elevating neurochemicals, serotonin, dopamine. Giving back, that doesn't have to be very complicated. Look in the post office. Who needs help carrying a package? Who can you open a door for? Buy a coffee, small
Tip
thing.
an Uber driver.
Yes, the endorphin release in giving back. Prayer and meditation. So I pray for joy, and I pray for joy for grumpy people, and it makes a difference. But let me tell you what happens to your brain when we pray and meditate. There's a whole field of science called neurotheology. Our frontal lobe gets quiet when we pray and meditate. And what we experience then is a lightness of spirit, an awakening, and a calming peace. We were wired for these types of practices that bring joy. And then gratitude, my favorite.
So good. Okay, let's do the last one.
Gratitude, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that. But there is no joy without gratitude. I'll tell you that.
Is it more than just, let me name 3 things I'm thankful for today? The sky, the grass, my kids. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like, how do you go deeper than that?
Yes.
Or is that what it is?
It is. 3 things a day for 21 days can wire a negative mindset to optimism. So don't knock the 3 things.
Okay.
You know, but we want to get specific and within our current circumstances to look for good things. Now, you can experience that mood elevation with the 3 neurochemicals, dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin. But this piece is important. Joy, people who are joyful have lower levels of stress because stress and cortisol are BFFs. Long-term increase of stress, increase in inflammation, your immune system dysfunctions at that point.
So it's more than just talk. Like there's actually science behind it, what it does for your brain and your body.
Yes, and endorphins bind to pain receptors, so they literally block pain. And all
there's
those,
a physical response.
Yeah, and all those things we talk about release those neurochemicals.
Before we go, I understand you've got a quick meditation that can actually help us learn to practice more gratitude.
Yeah, this takes 2 minutes. You can do it while you're making your coffee, waiting for the train. GLAD comes from psychologist Harold Altman. G is for grateful. We'll come back to that. L, give me something you've learned.
Something I've learned
about
today?
yourself or someone else.
I've learned over the last few months I'm more productive when I go for walks.
Okay. A, something you've accomplished.
Marathon.
Yeah, okay. And D, Al, something that brings you delight.
My granddaughter.
Oh, this is a twist on gratitude, makes it more interesting. And let me do the G. I'm grateful for all of you. You have to know your smiling faces, the joy you bring, may be the only smiles people see in their day. I know that from a therapist. You have a far bigger impact than you realize on healing in this world. You won't know that impact this side of heaven, but it's big. You're a blessing. Have a Merry Christmas. And I'm grateful for all of you.
You too.
Oh, thank you.
Favorite segment of the month.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I love that. GLAD meditation. We can do that every day. Should we do that?
Yeah, you can do it every day. Teach it to your kids.
We'll do it in between commercials.
Okay, great.
Guess what? We're about to experience some joy in today's food because we're going to show you 2 amazing dishes that we can all serve to our families and friends this holiday season. 3rd hour today. I'll be right back.
So good.
Oh, we have been waiting for this. We are back with Today Food. So maybe you're thinking about what to serve at your holiday festivities. Well, we've got 2 standout recipes, and here to help us with some last-minute ideas, Washington, D.C.-based chef and restaurateur Danny Lee. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
It smells so good.
Okay.
I saw you stealing some earlier. So.
Nobody doesn't like short ribs, so you got a special take on this.
Yeah, so what I wanted to do is showcase a Korean-inspired dish that would fit an American holiday table.
Okay.
So we're doing a dish called kalbijim. So kalbi is beef short ribs in Korean. Jim basically means a braise or almost steam. So if you want to start adding, so we have some beef stock that's been warming up here.
Okay.
We have some grated ginger, garlic, soy, mirin. You can just throw everything in.
It all goes in.
Yeah. So right now we're just building flavor.
Ginger, soy. Looks like
we got some honey, brown sugar.
Oh, brown sugar.
Go ahead, say it, Greg.
That was Chanel's nickname in high school.
It was.
Danny loved that.
It's new for someone every day.
Every time.
Yeah.
If you haven't heard it, it's new to you.
Soy sauce?
So this is soy. So, for the home cook, anytime you're adding soy, it's not just providing, umami and depth of flavor. You also got to think about you're adding salt.
Oh, okay.
Right? So you want to balance the salt with sugar. So we're going to do multiple forms of sugar.
What is it?
That is mirin.
Oh, mirin.
So mirin, that's one of the ways we're going
She's a great
to
actress.
balance out the soy sauce.
All right.
With the brown sugar.
Oh, brown sugar.
And then the honey. So this is an Asian pear. So Asian pears are very, very important to Korean cuisine. We use them at all our restaurants, mandu, chaiko, anju. You can make purees out of them. It's a really good sugar substitute to provide some natural sweetness to a dish.
I thought it was a potato.
So what we're going to do is just simply grate it.
It's delicious.
And you end up with something that looks like this?
And that's grated onion, actually, that we're also going to add.
We're going to add that to the sauce here?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So we're going to add some grated Asian pear.
Okay.
And then we have the grated onion.
How long do you cook?
So that is a yellow onion, yellow sweet onion.
Okay.
How long do you let all of this cook?
So this is just a braising liquid, so we're going to bring that up to a boil.
Okay.
Make sure everything mixes together well. And then over here, we move on, we have the kalbi, so boneless beef short rib.
Right. Okay.
What I want to do is create a recipe where it's easy for the home cook to cut down some time and some steps. So traditionally, you would use bone-in. Boneless cooks a little bit quicker.
Not good.
Gets tender a little bit faster as well.
Okay.
What we do is we parboiled them. What that means is we boiled them for about 3 minutes, get rid of some of the impurities, chilled them, and then we're going to throw them into
the pot.
Danny, this is
it's amazing.
I mean, even I'm a short rib sucker, but these are fantastic.
Well, I always knew you were half right.
So wait, so you parboil it, and then how long do you put them in there?
So these are going to be boiling. You're going to reduce the heat down to a simmer cover for about an hour and a half, 20 minutes, hour and a half.
Okay.
And then you want to add some vegetables. So over here we have some carrots.
You don't even need vegetables.
That basically you just want to cook or cut into about inch-long segments.
This is delicious. I've said it 80 times, but
Okay.
And then this is called mu, or Korean radish.
Mu?
Oh.
Mu. M-U.
Okay.
So
this
it's similar to daikon. It's just, it's kind of shorter and squatter cousin.
good.
So basically what you do is you cut it into wheels, and you want to take the wheels and then quarter them.
No, we don't want to forget about our next
dessert.
dish.
Correct.
This is delicious. This is a yes.
So now what is this?
So another item I wanted to showcase was bread is a really important part of any holiday spread.
Okay.
This is a really traditional Korean street food called keranbang.
Okay.
Or
How do you pronounce it
literally
again?
keranbang. Keran means egg, bang means bread.
So is it like-
it's a really traditional and really fun street vendor snack where you just see
Okay.
vendors all over the streets of Korea just making
Really?
these. So we simply have a pancake mix.
Okay.
We're going to add a whole egg,
Okay.
vanilla extract,
Okay. It's funny. I've never tasted it. I'm like,
I'm waiting on you to try.
a
curious.
little bit of oil,
Okay.
some whole milk, and there's already some sugar in the bowl as well.
It tastes like
Just want to mix those together.
I don't know how I would describe it. Eggy, bready.
Is that bacon on top?
Kind of sweet.
Yep.
Oh.
You go sweet and savory.
Yum.
So it's almost like a pancake and bread.
Good. Oh
my
Kind of,
gosh.
had a baby.
My kids would eat this
So
all day.
once this is done, you have a buttered ramekin. Just going to
cheese?
fill it up about a third of the way with that whisked batter. And here's the fun part to build. You're going to make a well with some shredded cheese.
Well, Danny, we're going to put this on the website, the recipe, because we're just about
Almost
out of
reminds
time.
me of like your
And we
egg
have-
cup.
Oh, and you put a little egg on top.
Oh, yeah.
that's
It's like egg
fantastic.
cuppy.
And then just add some bacon and we're all set.
This is
Danny,
delicious.
this is fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Good.
It's a new taste.
Yeah.
Delicious.
Hope you
Check
enjoyed
that out.
your Korean holiday table.
You bet.
Yeah.
Well, If you want these recipes and more, go to today.com/food. Third hour today. I'll be right back. We're gonna.
My gosh, I'm like going back and forth.
Well done, Chef. Well done.
Very good.
Tomorrow here on the third hour today, best-selling author and songwriter Rory Feek is live.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, a holiday performance by Norah Jones.
You know, when the food's really good, we don't want to go over there.
Can you
Let
tell?
us stay here.
Because then we can keep eating.
Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Danny.
Today, the story of a Philadelphia rapper who's changing young children's lives. Go inside his inspiring journey to help a community in need. Plus, take your holiday outfits to the next level with these eye-catching accessories. And Grammy winner Norah Jones performs a holiday classic for us live.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey, everybody, welcome. It's Wednesday, December 20th.
It's right there.
We are getting into the countdown. We're inside of a week.
5 days.
We're good at counting.
Do you know what I did?
What?
This year, we went to the CVS or the Duane Reade, and Mila asked for one of those Christmas countdowns. You know, with the blocks?
With the blocks.
So she has been counting down.
Since when?
Since before Thanksgiving.
Before Thanksgiving.
And she will say, Alexa, how many days till Christmas? Even though you just have to -1. And they have been so excited.
5 days. This is either the funnest time while you're waiting or the most panicky because you haven't bought anything.
But guess what?
It doesn't matter.
No.
I know every year we say the same thing. So I always say I'm only going to get the girls a couple of presents, 3 presents each or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. And then inevitably, right around this time now,
You start to panic.
Well, because you're like, they're going to open their presents in 5 minutes and then Christmas is over. Then you're like, maybe we should add a couple of more, just little things.
Yes.
But little things.
Or you get, I know. Or
turn into
what
bigger
happens
things.
is then your mom also gets them something.
Brings her things.
And your sister.
And your sister and your brother and his wife and their kids.
Yeah.
And then you have a lot of presents under the tree.
Okay, so we've said it every year, but we're saying it again. We're going to go a little lighter and just show the love. It's like, what else can we do? First of all, you don't even care about filling time.
No.
So why would you care if they open it in 3 seconds?
Who cares?
You don't care about
We
that.
don't care.
So-
you do want there's something about the delight of a present. You're big on giving experiences.
I really love experiences. The issue
what are
is, like we gave, one year, I gave a trip to Disney World.
Yeah. Like a big,
which was the big thing. And that was basically, they got little things like Elsa. They were younger dolls. We were going to be in Florida anyway. We just drove there for 2 nights.
Okay.
We one time gave a trip to Universal.
Okay.
Sometimes we gave tickets to something, a
right, a
museum
game,
visit.
right.
But I'm running out.
Because they don't have to all be really big experiences.
Right, could
but
be
I've run out.
anything.
What
else
is left?
there? Nothing. You
No.
could do, it's
You
hard
could
to
do
give.
maybe a theater.
Maybe,
Or another concert. I don't know.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
anyway, the point is, I just think kids want to open something, but they also want to be excited for something to come.
Mhm.
You know, you want to give them something that's going to be fun for you all to do as a family.
I've been trying to I say this every year, but this year I actually think it's going to work. So instead of thinking, like, here's an example. The other night, my kids got in bed with me, whenever it was, 2 a.m. And
both of them at 2 a.m?
Both. So Hope had thrown up the night before. She wasn't feeling well.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, oh gosh, she's not feeling well. I have to make sure she gets good breakfast. Was she sick? I've already taken her temperature, blah, 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 blah. And my head was spinning. And they're both there. And I'm thinking, okay, so I'll make breakfast. I'm going to check this. I've got to make sure that this, and I had a whole bunch going. And all of a sudden, I just dead stopped in that spinning. And I literally stopped and I looked down at their heads. They were nestled in so deep. And I thought to myself, right now, these 2 girls want nothing more than to be right next to me, as deep into me as they can possibly get. And instead of my usual, which is, I got to do this, got to do that, how much time, back timing everything, forget it.
Yeah.
And just to say, like, and I smile, I was just laying there, I was smiling, I was like, oh my God, I have these 2 kids. Just them. Because I keep reading these things, and every time I get distracted with something else, I'm trying to remind myself, like,
live in it.
It's right. That's it, man.
Because
Because
you know what's so funny too is when you just said that, my memories of time with my mom when I was little was being, this is just like my most profound memory, being probably around 4 or 5 years old, laying on my mom,
your mom.
petting. She had a cat sweater because it runs in her family, and I was petting
the sweater.
how it was like furry. I was sucking my thumb, and I was right in her, and it's like we weren't doing
anything. It wasn't a trip.
I
It
was
wasn't
just
a present.
laying with
Do you
her.
remember you told me that when you took Poppy to New Orleans and how profound that was?
Yes.
Not because you could have gone to the mall.
No,
it
I
didn't matter.
know.
But it was just the 2 of you having a moment.
So it could be things
Maybe
like
that's
that. It could be, you do it all the time, and it doesn't have to be fancy.
No.
You bring her to your office, and you go to the
my
cafeteria.
dates are always the same. Yeah, they come here at NBC.
But
we
it's
go up to
what
the
they
night
want to
before.
do.
Yeah, and it also gives you time to sit with them, only them.
Yeah, 100 and
listen
be
to
seen.
them.
Let them be seen.
And that could be Christmas too, like instead of rushing, like, because my mom is always telling me, sit down. And I realized, like, this past Thanksgiving, I did do that. And it was so much better.
More fun.
Well, who cares if we don't have enough plates? Like, we're fine.
Yeah, did you ever get the forks?
No.
No, it's
I only have, look, you know what?
She has 6 forks.
I have 6 forks.
Yeah, that's enough for 6 people, but not for.
And you don't
12.
want to have, I know.
I'm going to get you some forks.
They have them on Amazon, but they're very sharp.
No, I think we have to go and taste, make sure it doesn't cut me.
Okay.
So Bumble has released its annual dating trends forecast.
What do they predict?
Guess what they're predicting? Cross-generational relationships, known as a Gen Blend, are expected to surge.
Wait, so like May, December? Is that what they're talking about?
No. Cross-generational. That means...
May, December.
May, December. What does that mean?
May, December. It's like December's old and May is young. It's like the same thing.
Huh?
Yeah, they call it May, December.
Does anybody else not understand what's happening here? Thank you, Zach. Okay, thank you, Gen Zer. See, this is a cross-generational
Do you know what?
dating
Do you
right
know
now.
what May, December is?
No, we don't. Leave us alone.
Thank you.
Raise your hand if you know what that means. 2 people.
No, 3.
Okay, raise your hand if you don't know what that means. All right, baby.
Wait, the cameramen are not raising their hand, Jimmy, but I know you know May,
do you know
December.
what May...
I'm on camera.
He's very busy.
He doesn't know what it means.
Okay, so all that means is, it means that we're saying the same thing, but just using different terminology. An older person and a younger person date. Cross-generational. May, December.
Oh, is that the new Natalie Portman movie? Is that what that means?
Yes.
Is that why it sparked in your mind?
Yes.
Okay.
Natalie Portman has a movie out called May, December.
All right. Well, basically, would you ever date a younger man?
Yeah. I would. Well, it depends on like
Who he
maturity
is.
and depth and stuff. Because you can date someone your own age or older, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you connect.
Totally.
I think connection, curiosity, people who have, who are just kind of seeking, like I'm into that. So if it's younger, it's younger. If it's older, it's older. Like, who cares?
May, December.
May, December.
May, December. So a majority of women admitted they are open to dating someone younger.
Yeah.
Celebrity couples have hit this.
Who?
Well, Eva Mendes
and Ryan Gosling. That's 6 years. That's
I know.
not that. Come on.
No.
Priyanka Chopra, 11 years older than Nick Jonas. And, you know, Nick was pursuing her, and she was like, no, no, no in the beginning.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
And
then did you
because of
know,
that.
obviously, Cher.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see Cher at the parade?
You don't know how desperately. You mean the Macy's Day Parade?
Yeah, the
a month
parade
ago?
around Thanksgiving. Well,
Yeah.
it was Thanksgiving.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Okay,
we didn't
I'm
discuss
sorry.
it when you got
Well,
back from.
I tried desperately to get her attention. It was not to happen because
Oh, you
she
never got to.
No, she came out from a car, got onto a stage that was preset right there at Herald Square, sang her song. She made eye contact with Andy Cohen.
But not with you?
No, and I tried, but it wasn't happening.
Were you doing your
Cher,
thing?
I tried it. It didn't work. But she, by the way, she was awesome. She was also great at the tree lighting. I didn't get to see her there either, but she sang with Darlene Love.
Okay,
and
that's
she was
amazing. All right, you guys. So a lot of us may be catching up on movies around this time. So an article in the Washington Post takes a look at how each generation is defined by its movie.
Okay, so in the 70s, there was Saturday Night Fever, there was Grease, and there was Jaws.
I would say
Jaws was a big one.
Did you see Jaws?
I saw Jaws. It was totally terrifying.
I would say that Grease defined also the 80s because I'm a child
Yes,
of the 80s.
it did.
And we continued to watch
the
it.
80s, Breakfast Club,
Yes,
of course, 16 Candles, and Say Anything.
I loved those movies.
I never saw Say Anything.
Hoda?
What? I never saw Say Anything. I saw
Did
the
you
other
see
two.
Breakfast Club?
Yes, of course. Everyone saw Breakfast Club.
Okay, and then the 90s, there was Thelma
and Louise, Clueless, and Home Alone. That was a great generation.
Yes,
that was a great one right there. Thelma and
Did
Louise
you
and Clueless.
See Clueless?
Yes, I saw. I loved.
And what
Clueless.
about Home
And
Alone?
no. Oh yeah, I saw Home Alone.
Oh, okay.
But I loved the other two.
Yeah, me too.
Thelma and Louise. Okay.
Although my Home Alone has stood the test of time.
Home Alone and Clueless
Clueless
have both.
Yeah, stood the test of time. I watched Clueless with my kids.
And do they like it?
They loved it.
Yeah.
I mean, some
Oh
of
my
it is
God.
slightly inappropriate, but it's
very
so
mean.
good.
Yes, it's very mean girly.
I thought Almost Famous, even though I was in college when it came out, and Clueless sort of defined
Almost Famous was a great
my generation.
movie. I love that
it was
movie
so
too.
good.
I love movies like that.
I saw it in the theaters.
You did?
Did you?
I don't. Who can recall at this point? The New York Post headline, it grabbed our attention. Gen Z cannot stop using slang at work. Okay? So 10 terms that annoy their colleagues the most. We're going to take a quiz to see if we know the lingo. Okay? Let's see. Here we go.
Okay,
First
the first one.
Sus.
Ooh, I know this
course.
one from my child, which is sus means like suspect.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
We understand. Short for suspicious.
Well, suspect and suspicious.
Well, don't try to make it happen.
They're synonyms, y'all.
Next, FR.
Wait, what? Fur?
Freezing.
Wait, FR? Like you say it, FR?
FR.
Never heard
FR.
of it. Never heard it.
The answer is for real. FR. Oh, God.
Sometimes I like
FR.
saying IRL and like IRL.
Yeah.
Kids,
Next.
just be on IRL. Okay,
Bet
the next
or
thing.
BET? Which is it?
Wait, what?
Bet or BET?
Is it bet?
Bet.
Like I bet ya. Like when I bet you,
bet.
when I double dug dirt, you go
Yeah,
like that.
bet.
It's a way of saying yes or I agree.
Bet.
Please don't use that.
Ever.
Okay.
Last one. Period.
Done? Like we're
And
in
I don't think that's so Jen.
No,
I
it's
think
not.
that we've heard that before, okay?
Final. We
This is
get
the
it,
best
y'all.
pasta, period.
You guys, we've been
Please.
saying that since Clueless.
Period's been around even before that.
It sure has. It's been
All right.
around since the dawn of days.
Dawn of days. Coming up, what do you do if you know your friend regifted your gift because you saw it at another friend's house?
Busted.
Sure, that's
We're
juicy.
going to solve some girl code dilemmas right after
Oh,
this.
that's a good one. Can you imagine? It's like, where did you get that plant?
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive.
Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious. Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
We are ready to help you solve some of your stickiest friendship dilemmas.
That's right. It's time for
Girl Code Holiday Edition. All right, first up, I was at my girlfriend's for a holiday party, and I noticed a pretty vase on her mantle, and she said our friend Julie gave it to her as a gift. The only issue? I gave it to Julie for her birthday last year. Should I say something?
Who is she going to say something to? Julie or the other girl? She would have to say something to Julie.
Julie, not
and
to
the
the-
answer is no.
no.
Y'all, everybody re-gifts.
She didn't-
Re-gifting is part of the girl code. If you don't re-gift, what do you even have to give?
Yeah, you know what?
You have
You're
to
right.
go to the store?
Every time, you're right. And by the way, Julie didn't like the vase. That's why she regifted it.
Well, or maybe Julie...
It's okay.
I'm sorry. Maybe Julie didn't have space for it, okay?
Or maybe Julie didn't have a present last minute and just said, oh, I'm just going to give this vase.
I don't need much, so I'm going to
Wait,
give the vase.
I wonder if Julie was there too, because then it would have been sticky.
Yeah.
Because if
Then
you're
she'd
both
have
there,
to just be like us and sweep it under the rug and pretend she didn't see the vase.
passive aggressive, best way to go.
Okay, here's the next one. My girlfriend invited me to a holiday party at her coworkers. I asked her what I should wear, and she said something casual and comfortable. When I arrived to pick her up, she was decked out in a sequin dress. Did she break the girl code?
Yes, she did. That is
comfortable and casual. If we don't remember anything from Legally Blonde, we remember the time she showed up at the party dressed up like a Playboy bunny.
That was so
we
good.
We don't want to do that for our
Yo,
friends.
you're so right. You're so right. That is not cool.
No.
And I mean, maybe your friend forgot that she told you that, or maybe she told you it early
Or maybe her version of cozy and casual is a sequin dress. I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Are they still friends?
I wouldn't be.
Okay, here's the
No,
next
it's okay.
one. Next, I was recently at a white elephant party with my friend. Everyone knows I love bourbon, and I was excited when I picked a bottle as my present. She then stole it from me because she said her husband loves bourbon. Am I right to be furious?
No, you guys, the point of a
Girl.
white elephant party
Girl.
is to steal things to regift. Okay?
Okay, look, I know you love bourbon, but
So does Jimmy, and
So
she
does your
didn't
friend's
like
husband.
anything else. And the white elephant party, you do steal. That's the point. So you can't be mad when your thing gets stolen because of the point of it.
okay, I'm going to say something highly controversial. What is a white elephant party? I'm being totally serious. I don't know.
Okay. I'll try to explain it to you. I used to do it with my whole family.
Okay, what is it?
So you pick a number out of a hat.
Okay.
Pretend there's 20 people there.
Okay.
Everybody brings
One
one
gift.
gift. You can do these steals, sort
Wait,
of.
so first you say I got a one and I get the
So
cup.
you get to pick first, okay?
Okay, so I got
You
the cup.
pick the cup.
So now it's my cup. So now what?
Now I open this arrangement.
Okay.
No. Okay, now it's my turn.
Yeah, you got-
I can either steal your cup.
Oh, you can take it
Or
from-
I can
Oh,
open this
okay.
arrangement.
I
It's
didn't-
the point of the game. So you've never gone to a white
I've
elephant
never been
party?
invited to one. Apparently you've had plenty of them, but I've never been
I
invited.
didn't host them. I would invite you.
I'm
By the way,
teasing.
our team has one every year.
Well,
Are you inviting us?
okay, thank you. Last one. My friend and I go holiday shopping every year together. This time, she showed up with her 2-year-old daughter and never told me before. Everyone's cranky.
Yeah, sometimes people don't have childcare.
Maybe the babysitter canceled. Is this a girl code
And also,
violation?
we can't blame the 2-year-old. Put her to sleep and go have a drink. I mean, what can you do? Stroll her around.
Just get a stroller. You're right, and just let her
Stroll around
sleep.
and she'll sleep, and y'all just enjoy your holiday. Hey,
Yeah.
by the way, the mall at this time is kind of stressful anyway. So add a 2-year-old in
No.
there.
People got to go to the mall. You know why? People are not going to malls.
God, don't stop making me depressed. That's a girl code violation.
You got to go to the malls and shop. Do your last minute shopping at the malls. It's okay with the 2-year-old.
Stop. Yeah, it's okay.
It's okay. It's okay. So if you have a girl code question for us, go to hodaandjenna.com, hit the connect button.
Okay, coming up, the story of one man giving back to his hometown in a beautiful, beautiful way. Next.
I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
It's time for a series we love. It's called Changing Chapters.
It's when my dear friend Karen Swenson brings us a story of somebody who's taken their life in a different and sometimes unexpected direction. You have a good one today.
It is fabulous.
Yeah.
So good to see you again. I want to introduce you all to Anthony Samuels, a Philadelphia rapper whose day job is being the owner of Young with Options Daycare. Not a traditional career combination, but one that works beautifully for Anthony and the families he serves.
This is Anthony Samuels, also known as Dappa. He spends his nights rapping on stage. But his days are very different. They're spent here at Young with Options, a daycare founded and run by the 31-year-old rapper.
What do I see up here?
A fish.
A fish.
It's a business venture inspired by his own upbringing.
I grew up in probably like the worst area in Philadelphia. It's in North Philadelphia, and where we are right now is one of the worst areas as far as crime and poverty. So they're very similar environments. My father was incarcerated some of my life, and my mother, she worked full time.
Anthony was the first person in his family to graduate college.
I would imagine that comes with a lot of responsibility.
Absolutely. I can't do any wrong. I'm the one that, you gotta be doing good. The star boy, that's what my dad calls me. My dad calls me his golden child.
After graduating, he became an accountant while he kept one foot in the music business. But the rapper soon realized that he had a different calling, kids. He wanted the children of Philadelphia to realize that they too are young with options.
Are you a father figure to many of them?
Absolutely. I try to do more of like the big brother approach, you know what I mean? I don't want anyone to ever mistake me as their father, but I do try to be that positive male figure in their life.
Young with Options is a daycare and after-school program. They also have a dance studio where kids can come and be creative free of charge.
Let's put one inside the water.
Danelle Jordan's daughter spent the first 5 years of her life here.
My daughter took her first steps here. She learned how to write her name. She learned everything here. So this is like home for us.
Danelle is now the assistant director.
I feel like a lot of people trust us in this community because I always tell people sometimes we have to understand where somebody is coming from or where they've been in order to be able to help them better.
When did your daughter realize that Mr. Anthony is also Dappa?
Oh goodness, we were in the car one day and my daughter was in the back seat and she's vibing out to the music and then she sits up on her car seat and goes, "That's Uncle Anthony." And I was like, "How do you know?" She said, "I know his voice." I said, "Well, on here, he's not Uncle Anthony, he's Dappa right now."
It seems like he's gifted that he can keep his eyes ahead, constantly climbing, and yet somehow keep his eyes behind him and bringing others up with him.
If he's moving forward, he doesn't want nothing more but for everybody to be moving forward too. It's like the train is moving, get on, let's go. He's always carrying everybody with him.
You not only provide a service, obviously, for the children, but for their parents, too.
Absolutely. They're dropping their kids off and going to work, and they're working some long hours, and they're doing their thing as well. And we've dealt with families that have been in shelters. There's been families of 4 or 5 that's coming through here, and they couldn't fund their Christmases, and I've done that.
There's blood, sweat, and tears in here, but there's a lot of your own hard-earned cash. Tell us about some of the struggles you have and what needs TLC around here.
I would like to redo our playground. I think that would be great.
It just so happens that we had a special surprise planned for Anthony and the children at Young with Options.
Step 2. What do you think about this? We'd like to give you $5,000 worth of products to spruce up this area back here for the kids.
That's love.
You teach the ABCs, you teach music, you teach acting, you teach exercise and play. How do you teach hope?
It's hard to teach hope without showing it. So I just try to make sure you can see me in a positive light at all times. So it's like I can be happy even in my environment or even in my conditions.
But if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
That's so beautiful. Yes.
I love him.
And you're going to see him on the big screen too, because he also acts. So he's rapping with Machine Gun Kelly. He's acting in major motion pictures. He's
But then he spends his day giving back. I mean, what an amazing man.
One of 15 15 children.
Wow.
One of 15.
Oh,
and he
wow.
is just making the whole family and the whole city of Philadelphia.
That
proud.
was incredible place.
That is
awesome. Thank
oh my
you,
gosh,
Karen.
you made us all cry.
Amazing.
Coming up, take your holiday looks to the next level with some simple accessories right after this.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
From office parties to family get-togethers during the holidays, there's always a reason to get a little glammed up.
Yeah, here to show us how to complete those looks with some fashionable accessories is style expert Melissa Garcia. Hi, Melissa.
So good to be back.
Often we have like the staple, but it doesn't feel like it's good for late at night for a beautiful party. And you think there's a couple of things we can do to zhuzh it up.
Yes. Okay, let's get to our beautiful model, Kelsey, who
Okay.
happens to work with us.
Yes.
What's her base?
So her base, we pulled something for an elevated holiday party, right?
Yeah.
So a base here, I love winter whites. This is
Yes.
a great
Too.
way to do it. Just do an ivory. This set is great, or if you have something you can use, this is under $100 right now from Nordstrom's.
Wow.
And then we wanted to have fun, like you said, zhuzh it up. So we stuck with the theme of red. Red is like such a great holiday color, but it's also a big trend we're seeing is red. We started with her tights. How fun are these? So we're seeing these super saturated, opaque red tights.
I mean, can everybody pull those off?
Yes,
I don't
you
know.
can-
I mean, Kelsey can, but
Listen,
that's
Kelsey looks amazing.
You can pull them off. It's if you have the confidence.
You
Okay,
have
it
confidence.
takes like right.
Okay.
Okay.
They're definitely making
And it is a holiday statement.
It's holiday.
So she could also wear this to work and then, put this on later.
Zhuzh it up later. So I love the tights, really fun. Then we stuck with a red shoe too from Steve Madden, just to lengthen and elongate, keep the eye moving up and down. Kelsey's already really tall, but this still just makes her a little bit taller. And then really fun. We can add some fun accessories. So here's a
red bag.
cute bag,
Cute.
a little sequin bag from Mango.
Oh my God, look at her
Bows.
bow.
I've been wearing bows. I've
Where is
been
the bow
wearing
going?
bows.
I want to see.
They're such a huge trend that we're seeing.
I think
going
they're
to
pretty.
pop
Would you
this
ever wear a
in.
bow?
Look at me.
Can I get
No.
this in?
Look at me. Here.
Here, do you want me to help
Kelsey's
you?
tall, and I'm really
Here,
short.
I'm really-
And I'm wearing a massive heel right now. I think we got it.
Yeah, you got it.
Thank
Oh
you.
my gosh, turn
but
around.
How cute.
Cute.
I mean, really fun and festive.
Kelsey, that's beautiful.
And what's going on here? What's
Okay,
this
so
item?
if you really wanted to take it up a notch, instead of wearing the blazer clothes, you can put something like a bustier like this underneath, wear it open.
wear it open.
A little bit
Cute.
sexy, not too sexy. And of course, a red lip. This one is great for nude sticks, and the whole look
Okay.
is
You
pulled
look
together
gorgeous,
really well.
gorgeous,
Kelsey.
as
Thank
per
you.
usual.
Okay.
All right. Hi, Kai.
This is kind of a cozy
How are you?
family hang. Hi, Kai.
Exactly. So if you're going to your house, your family's house, your friend's house, you want to just be simple.
Yeah.
Everyone has jeans and a sweatshirt, right?
Perfect.
So these jeans are from Abercrombie. The sweatshirt is from the Gap if you wanted to just refresh yours. But what I love, again, more red for the season. But we're going to, again, zhuzh it up. We stuck with the theme of gold accessories. I feel like gold and red just feel festive, right? So we're going to first pop on.
Look how cute those
these great
earrings are.
I'll give you this one to pop on. Here's the back.
Hearts.
These are really fun. These are from Electric Picks. We're seeing a lot of hearts and like fun geometrics.
Yeah, kind of a
with
lot of
earrings as
Here's
well.
your back.
Here's your
Puffy-
back.
puffy
I'm gonna
things.
it's probably way
Yeah,
easier
because
if
we
you
can't
do
do it. We can't.
And the shoes we wanted to keep a flat to keep her comfortable. These are from Nordstrom's, really adorable. These and they have a rubber bottom, so super comfortable.
Walking in the ice.
Walking in the ice and snow. And then a gold belt. This is from J. Crew. I can start and we'll just pretend here. I'll just come around.
By the way, you're right.
Pulls together beautifully.
I love how it's casual but pulled together.
Casual but pulled together. Looks super cute and great if you want to be comfortable, like jeans and a sweatshirt.
Thank you. Yeah. All right, let's go to Jackie. This is a night out. This base outfit. We all have a little black dress.
Yes, exactly. Which is like a blank canvas you can do so much with. But this one we really wanted to have fun, so we played with sheer accessories. We're seeing a lot of this sheer mesh. We started with the shoes. So the shoes are great.
Look at those.
How cute with the big bow. We're talking.
Are they comfortable?
Are they comfortable?
Yes, they are.
Yes.
You look beautiful.
How gorgeous does she look? So these are from Steve Madden. This dress again is gorgeous. I mean, if you have a little black dress, take yours. This is from Abercrombie, under $100. This dress, really fun and pretty. And then I love
Where
this.
did you find
this? This is from Mango. This is like a statement piece. So this is
a
gorgeous cape.
I can't.
I mean, totally transformed.
No.
A cape?
What are you doing?
You look magnificent.
Ridiculous. It totally changes.
Oh my God.
Wait, she's not.
Wait, look, but look at the front. Look at the camera. Look at that.
So gorgeous.
But guess what she's about to do?
Yeah.
Gloves?
Because why not?
Mesh.
So we're seeing a trend with these opera gloves, more mesh, really sexy, really fun. These are from Mango, about like $13, and it really
Mango
changes,
has everything.
Yeah.
Really
Sounds
changes,
like. A lot of
right?
sparkle.
How fun! It feels like very regal with the gloves.
Wow.
But how gorgeous are these? And then you just zhuzh them a little bit. You have that whole sheer vibe. This
is like for a New Year's Eve black tie.
And the cape, you know what I love about the cape? It's all sizes because it works for all of us.
Yes, it
Works
does.
for everyone.
That's great.
And
Thank you.
Yeah. So you have a lot of fun.
Well, you know what, Melissa? Thank you.
Thanks, Melissa.
Hi,
Thanks,
all of
guys.
our models.
Awesome jobs, guys.
Thank you.
All
For
right.
more on these looks, head to today.com/shop.
Coming up, a holiday serenade from the very talented Norah Jones. That's next.
With your Christmas unwind, but I have a blue Christmas.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
For more than 20 years, 9-time Grammy Award winner Norah Jones has been wowing us with her incredible voice.
We're going to catch up with her in a moment, but first, she's going to perform I'll Be Home for Christmas off her Christmas album, I Dream of Christmas. Take it away, Norah.
Be home for Christmas. can count on me. Please have snow and mistletoe and presents under the tree. Christmas Eve will find me where all the love light beams. I'll be home for Christmas, if only in my dreams. Christmas Eve will find me where the love light beams. I'll be home for Christmas, if only in my dreams.
Woo! Wow! Wow! Oh my God!
Your talent knows no bounds.
Welcome to my piano bar.
By the way, we love it. We'll come all the time.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Nora. Nora's going to stick around to chat with us right after this. That was beautiful.
Literally.
And you're like just lay on top.
Yeah, just lay on top.
It's like being on drugs.
We are back with singer and songwriter Nora Jones, who just performed a beautiful rendition of I'll Be Home for Christmas for all of us.
We love your piano bar. This is so, it's so beautiful.
I know. We like to just lean up, post up on your piano.
Yeah.
It's fun. Okay, this album is so beautiful. It feels like it's not Christmas without you here.
Yeah.
What was it like putting this together?
Well, the original album came out a couple years ago,
Yeah.
and we keep adding stuff every year to it. You know, digitally, it's easy to do.
Yeah.
And so I think this song came a little later. I'll Be Home for Christmas.
It's so
Yeah.
beautiful to hear. Leve is a person who's also a Grammy-nominated singer. She plays the cello, and she's incredible. And you guys team up on this album as well, right?
Yeah, we put out a 2-song little limited thing, and it's been so fun. She's an incredible musician and singer.
She really is incredible, and your voices together.
I mean, it's insane. You know what? There are a lot of parents who watch the show, and I know their kids take piano lessons. So I was imagining young Nora Jones, who was told to take piano lessons. Did you enjoy it when you were playing? Did you ever quit the piano? You did.
You did. You're giving us hope.
Yeah, well, actually, I think my mom had a good way to deal with it because I wanted piano lessons, which is why we got the piano.
Yeah.
And then as soon as I started having to learn scales, I wanted to quit immediately. And she said, you can quit after you take for 5 years. At least you'll have a foundation. I was like, okay. 5 years on the dot, I quit.
Wow.
You did? And then
had a great teacher. I don't know.
So what happened after that?
After that, I think she took me to like a big band concert, and I got kind of interested in jazz. And then I found a teacher who taught that kind of
the fun piano you liked.
Well, it just was a different way of
teaching.
Yeah.
So you got back on. That's good.
I got back on the
think
train.
It's such good advice, but there must have been something your mom or your teacher saw in you because you really are just talented.
Yeah.
Well,
Did you
thanks.
always have that sort of basis of music genius as we see it now?
Well, I don't know if I go that far, but thank you.
Yeah.
I think I was always musical, and I always sang in church choir, so I always had a natural singing thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's Christmas like at your house, by the way?
It's fun because I have kids that
Yeah.
are 7 and 9. So
Yeah.
that's fun.
It's the prime time.
Yeah.
Because I have an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old. Okay. You also have this great podcast.
Everyone loves it.
Oh, thank you.
It's so interesting. You're talking with other musicians. You perform with other musicians.
Yeah.
Not magicians.
Magicians.
Musicians.
They are magicians.
You got Dave Grohl, you had Questlove. So
Yeah.
what happens? You talk, and then all of a sudden some natural music and playing happens?
Yeah, well, we planned for about 4 songs so that I can do my homework in case they're their songs, and we really just do them. We talk and play the songs together.
Is that feel dream-like to get
Yeah.
to perform with some of these people that I'm sure you've admired?
Yeah, I mean, it's so fun, and it also it's less of a performance. It feels more like a musical conversation that way. That way we're not just talking, we're actually doing the thing that we're talking about together.
You have so many people. You've talked to Dave Grohl. We said Questlove. Is there who else is on
Who's
your
your
list?
dream?
Yeah.
So many. I mean,
Yeah.
you know,
Everyone.
of course Dolly Parton, but
Dolly
you know,
She's our dream.
she's anyone's
Oh my gosh,
dream.
everybody's dream.
Yeah, but she's busy, so.
I'm sure she'll do it. Dolly.
You know what? She probably will. 'cause
Dolly, will you
Dolly's
do
like
it?
that.
Dolly likes our show. Dolly.
Dolly.
Nora wants you in 2024.
Yeah, let's do it. Nora Jones and Dolly Parton, a collab.
I love it.
I had Leve on the podcast. It
Of
was
course.
really special.
She's
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, she's
Nora,
great.
thank you so much. Her album is called I Dream of Christmas. It is available wherever you get your music.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nora. And
Thanks for
we'll be
having
back
me.
Right after this.
I can't believe you quit 5 years to the day. I can't remember. First of all, my mom said 5 years. so much for being with us. Coming up tomorrow, the hilarious Mario Cantone will be here.
Fun. Plus, Dana Roberts-Rossi's here with the season's must-have item. And my favorite Read with Jenna author, Lauren Grodstein, she's going to stop by. Bye, guys.
See you tomorrow.
It is truly the most wonderful time of the year, spending time with family, friends, and the people we love. And how do you show that love? Why, with some sweet treats, of course.
Sweets are great. You really can't say no to sweets.
Our holidays revolve around food. Everything is food.
All the good food, the sweets, the cookies,
The treats, the candy, the cakes, the pies. I could go on for a long time.
Time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. One of my favorite holiday traditions is coming to see this fabulous Rockefeller Center Christmas tree. And folks from all around the country love doing it too. And speaking of from all around the country, there's a baker in Brooklyn who's bringing a little taste of Mexico to everyone who wants it. Don Paco Lopez Panaderia has been serving up fresh Mexican pastries for 30 years, and its customers have been lining up for just as long.
I've been coming here all since they opened. They're very well known in the neighborhood, very nice.
Well, I've been a customer since I was about 5 years old. I've been coming to Don Paco since I was very small, maybe like 3 or 4 years old. And now I teach across the street, so I come every morning before work. So they're gonna treat you like family.
That's because they are family. Hello, Miguel.
Oh.
How are you, sir?
Bienvenido to Don Paco Lopez Panaderia.
Ah, gracias. This bakery isn't run by just one person, but 8 siblings, their parents, and extended family.
Para mí es importante dar un buen saludo, una sonrisa, desearles un buen día.
Everybody has to be involved one way or another.
And at this time of the year, it's all hands on deck because one of their most popular treats, Rosca de Reyes, or King's Bread, reigns supreme. On January 6th, many Mexican families enjoy this traditional sweetbread decorated with candied fruits and a little baby doll hidden inside.
It's a reference to Jesus Christ, so it's about celebration.
A celebration called King's Day, which marks the 3 wise men's visit to the manger. Now, if this sounds familiar, that's because New Orleans' famous king cake shares the same Catholic roots dating back to medieval France. For the Lopez's, it's more than just a holiday. It's the bakery's busiest time of year, so everyone grabs an apron to help out.
We reunite for Rosca de Reyes instead of Thanksgiving or...
So you know you're going to see your whole family at least once a year.
Once a year, yeah. I can see my father and my mom very proud to see everybody. It's working 24 hours. We're talking about 30 family members coming and do the Rosca de Reyes.
Todos nos reunimos a veces después de no vernos tanto tiempo y todos participamos en un día muy especial y es un día bendecido para todos.
What's it like working with family? Because that's a great thing, but sometimes maybe not such a great thing.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes we don't agree with everything, but the most important thing is that at the end of any discussion, goodbye, I love you. It's something that we have that from our parents.
And that's not the only lesson that's been passed down in the Lopez family. The knack for baking goes back generations as well. Miguel's grandfather was a baker in Acatlán de Osorio, a small town in Mexico. He passed on his craft to his son Francisco, Miguel's dad, who later moved here to New York City with his family.
My father immigrated in 1972, 73, and he started working in the restaurant business as a dishwasher.
But the dream of baking bread and pastries never left him. That's when his kids stepped in. Together, they opened Don Paco Lopez Panaderia.
We said, why not to open a bakery? So we started in 1991, we opened the business.
To survive for 3 decades, not just survive, but to do so well, to be such a part of the community, takes something special. What is it about this place that's so special?
That everything that we make, everything that we bake or cook in this place, we do it with pride, with so much love.
And that family pride is clear in their recipes. So it was time for me to try my hand at making their popular holiday treat.
So Miguel, who are these youngsters here? Oh, look, Don Paco Lopez, my father.
Señor?
My mom, Leonela Lopez.
Señora.
Mucho gusto.
Does he remember making his first rosca?
¿Usted se acuerda cuando hizo la primera rosca de Reyes? ¿Cuántos años tenía? 8 years old.
You were 8 years old.
His father, my grandfather, he used to put a wood box so he can reach the table and teach him how to make rosca de Reyes.
Who's the better baker, him or you? Yeah. That's right, baby. Yeah, still the original. Now it's rosca time. The first step is creating the ring of dough.
Do it like this.
Oh yeah, that's a piece of cake.
Yeah.
Piece of bread.
And after we have it, we put it upside down to hide baby Jesus.
All right. So everybody knows there's a baby Jesus in there, because you're taking a bite and all of a sudden, ooh.
Oh, no.
Nobody wants to bite baby Jesus. Making rosca is hard work, and it takes everybody in the family to meet customers' demand. How many will you do in a day, Miguel?
To satisfy our demand, they have to be almost 2,000.
2 dozen?
2,000.
2,000 a day?
Yeah, 2,000
Wow.
a day. Very good, Howard. But any chance, you're not looking for another job?
One of the siblings don't show up, I'm ready.
Okay, perfect. That's good that we have in record. We decorate the rosca de Reyes. I prefer to start with the cherries. Then I can start with the orange peel. So basically, it's to make colors around. Look at that, it's beautiful.
Ta-da! Ah, it's a thing of beauty. And so once you've done this, then do you put it into the oven right away?
No, they have to sit, they have to proof. At least like 20 minutes, depends how the weather is.
That affects the proofing.
Yeah, definitely.
See, that's why you need a weatherman to work.
Oh yeah, that's why you're here.
After the sweet bread sits, time to go into the oven. If I can ask your mom, what does it mean to pass this tradition on?
For her, is very proud to pass to the next generation.
Well, it's obviously in good hands. And I mean many hands. And I believe you've got a few other family members you want to bring?
Just very
One or
small.
two? Just a couple?
Coming in, guys.
Whoa. Oh my gosh. Wow, look at this.
Oh, do you know?
And they're still coming. And they're still coming. Wow. My gosh.
The small family of Don Paco Lopez.
Well, this is one heck of a nice, sweet family. I guess we should all try a little piece.
Don't forget, if you get baby Jesus, you have to throw a party.
You have to throw a party.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So I hope.
So if whoa! I didn't see that. Oh my gosh. Oh. Well, all right. Party at my place.
This.
Here's to a wonderful tradition. Thank you for sharing it with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm. Gracias.
De nada. Up next, the delicious reason Philadelphians line up outside this Italian bakery every Christmas Eve. When you think Christmas treats, you usually think fruitcake or Christmas cookies. But if you're in the city of brotherly love, cannolis are synonymous with Christmas.
Philly is known to be full of grit. We'll get through anything.
No one knows that better than Termini Brothers Bakery. Over the last 100 years, this family-owned shop has faced a Great Depression and a global pandemic. But for them, there's no challenge bigger than the holidays.
The Super Bowl for us every year is Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve at Termini's is something that is of its own.
We got a long line of folks here that have been waiting for a long time to get these, and people wait all year for this special day.
Every year on December 24th, hundreds of people wrap around the block to be among the first to grab a classic Italian treat for their holiday celebration.
I mean, people drive from Baltimore, they drive from Boston. We've even had people fly in from California to be here, to be in that line.
People are lining up at the front door at 12 o'clock at night, and they'll sit there with chairs and food. When we open the door at 6 o'clock, we bring everybody in. We're hugging, we're kissing, we have music.
People that are unaccustomed to, what Christmas Eve at Termini's is, ask questions like, are people crazy? Is it that good? And they miss the point of why people are outside. It's a sense of community. It's a Philly thing.
As Philly, some say, as their famous cannoli.
There's many, many products that we make that are special to so many different people here. But nothing is more dynamic or special to our customers than our cannolis.
You gotta come and get the cannolis, best cannolis around.
The shell is never soggy, and it's cream-based, and it's got these little chocolates in it, and it's just absolutely perfect.
They taste that tradition, they taste that flavor. It's hard to find and hard to duplicate a Termini cannoli.
Perfect.
Today, we are going to make probably about 4,500 cannolis today. Hearing my grandfather's story about how much passion he had with these recipes, being that they came from his hometown in Sicily, it forces you to realize that this isn't just a product, this is a legacy, and it needs to be handled with respect and care.
The legacy of the bakery dating back to the early 1920s, when Giuseppe Termini immigrated to America from his home in Italy and joined his brother Gaetano here in Philadelphia.
He left his family and everything that he knew to come to a country he knew nothing about, didn't speak the language, had no idea about what he was walking into. Somehow found a way with his brother to be able to start just a little tiny kitchen, and brick by brick grew this business into something that he can pass on to his son.
After opening its doors on this same street in 1921, Termini Brothers quickly became the go-to place for all types of cakes, cookies, and of course, cannoli.
Giuseppe Termini turned his little corner bakery into a landmark of sweet sentiment.
How are you, Mr. Termini? Okay?
Yeah. People would say, "What's your secret?" And he didn't get into a real long-winded thing. His answer was, make good stuff.
Just make good stuff.
That's all. It was very admirable. Even in his later days, when he was in his 90s, he was working 7 days a week. When the store was closed, he would sit here in the store. This was his life. This was his life.
Giuseppe taught the business to his only son, Vincent Sr., who would later grow up running the bakery. His sons, Joseph and Vincent Jr., were by his side, learning the family trade.
We realized we have something very, very special here. So we kind of knew as we got older that this was the path that we wanted to take.
Before long, it was time for them to live up to the Termini Brothers name and take over as new owners.
My father has that Sicilian Philly blood in him. He's a stickler to the rules. It took him a little bit of time to really trust what Vinny and I are doing here. I remember when we were first shipping out our cannolis, he was so happy to look at the addresses and see where they were going.
Today's a little warm up, 500 or 600. In about 2 or 3 weeks, we'll be looking at about maybe 2,000, 2,200 boxes.
And he was going, "I can't believe it. It's going to Arizona. It's going to California. Look, this one's going to Hawaii." And, I think it was at that point that my father had 100% trust that the business was going in the right direction.
Although some things have changed over the last century, a lot has stayed the same.
But this was my grandfather's favorite machine. Is it the most efficient? No. Is it cranky in the morning? Yes. It's like an old man, this machine. But all of these, the benches, our steam kettles, our gas stove, they're all original.
Another constant over the years, Philadelphians' love for Terminis. Literally.
It's our wedding day, so we figured we'd do what we enjoy.
We've tried many cannolis in the area, and probably these are the best by far.
Now Joseph and Vincent Jr. are adding their own chapter to the bakery's story, preparing to reopen at its original location across the street, turning it into a small cafe.
It says, "On this spot the tradition began. Termini Brothers Pasticceria, founded March 19th, 1921.
This is where it all started. This is where it was in 1921. There was the two brothers, and they used to bake in the back.
These were the original light fixtures that my grandfather had. Took very, very good care of them because they're very rare.
So this is the original deed. This is the kind of artifact that we're planning on putting up.
But for now, time to get ready for another Christmas Eve. Termini's 100th to be exact.
It's probably the most stressful 15 minutes of the entire year when we're getting ready to open that door. Is it not?
It is. And it's the same people every year, and then it adds on. So if you can imagine over the last 100 years, the line's like down the block. We look at this line at Christmas Eve like they're a part of our family.
And I also enjoyed Christmas Eve at the end. We normally gather around with our staff, everybody, because this is a team effort, a family effort. And without everybody putting their lives on hold for a period of time to make this family tradition so special, it would never happen.
Then I get a text from you every year saying, yo, bro, did great. So proud of you. I can't believe you got through it. And, you know, it's a tremendous feeling.
Goes to show nothing's too tough with a little Philadelphian grit and your bro by your side.
Working with my brother is truly an honor. I can't even put into words what it feels like to know that regardless of opinions or disagreements or different philosophies, that there is always somebody there that has your back, no matter what.
I can't imagine like one person, you know, taking over a third generation business and not having a sibling to lean on or count on. I love that I get to work with my brother every day.
Coming up, an old-fashioned holiday craft finding a new generation of fans on TikTok. Man, I gotta tell you, on TikTok, Logan's Candies, 5 million of you love their videos. And guess what? Probably almost as many love their candies for decades. But what they're known for this time of year? Candy canes.
Let's all give a big round of applause for candy cane number 1, live and in color. There it is. And by December 24th, we'll have made about 100,000 candy canes one by one, just like you're watching right now.
Wow. He's TikTok's very own Willy Wonka. On an app where the only rule is to keep things short and sweet, these eye-catching videos have racked up millions of views.
That's actually a pretty good video.
Jerry Rowley is the candy-making star and owner of Logan's Candies. His daughter, Abby, the mastermind behind the camera.
She came to me and said, Dad, there's this social media out there called TikTok. I thought we should get in, and I didn't really know what that was.
We're going to start counting out our stripes. As always, we're going to begin with stripe number
1. I never intended it to be this, marketing thing or this, this huge thing. I was just like, oh, I'll just post some videos and see what happens. I think it was just something that people had never really seen before. It was like, there's nothing else really like it.
Now millions of folks follow Logan's to watch Jerry pull, fold, and bend all sorts of candy canes by hand.
Within about 72 hours, we had over 25 million views. And it was just unbelievable. We couldn't believe it took off like that. It's just been amazing for the store. We've seen a big growth in our shipping and even just people coming in.
We want to get him like a shirt or something that says I'm TikTok famous. Next up, the candy man himself. Eat this. What flavor is it?
Oh my gosh, I didn't know that flavor.
Well, mostly just the TikTok videos were really fun to watch. And the way that they made the candy, I thought it'd be really fun to come try homemade candy because I've never had that before.
People definitely will recognize him. He thinks it's so funny and strange, and I do too.
While the internet craze may be new, Logan's Candies has been perfecting its craft since 1933.
We hand make all our candies here the old-fashioned way. We have the original recipes that we've been using for 87 years.
So we're just going to begin to pull this out here a little bit. Give it a little tug, a little pull, a little stretch. When we get it just the right length and thickness, we're going to give it a little twist. And right before your very eyes, we have created the candy cane. By the time we're done, we're going to fill up this entire table, and we'll make about 400 candy canes this size out of the one batch.
Jerry developing a sweet tooth for the business at just 12 years old when the store's original owners hired him.
So I rolled candy canes that first year and bagged candy canes, and then the next year I started learning to bend the candy canes.
By the time he was in college, he was hooked. So when an opportunity to buy the business came along, Jerry and his then girlfriend Susie decided to take it on.
We actually started dating about 2 weeks before I bought the store. We got married in 1985, and then we've just been running it together ever since.
We were just babies running the candy store. I was still in school. I was only 16, so I would get out of school early and come right to work.
The Logans, the family that started the business, trusted the Rowleys to carry on their sweet legacy.
And the wife was still working here when Jerry took over. Then they would say, "Oh, we're so thankful that you guys got the candy store because you're doing it like we did." And they were just so thrilled.
40 years later, the Rowleys have preserved the store's traditions. And with their daughter Abby by their side, that sense of family has stayed strong as well.
I have a lot of good memories just of being like a little kid in a candy store.
I would hide under the table over there, and then I'd just come out to give samples. I would like wait for my cue. Then once I started, when I could see over the table, that's when I started working on the table.
Logan's Candies makes over 200 treats, but their candy canes remain the most popular all year long.
There's St. Patty's Day. We do shamrocks for Easter or springtime. That's a little bunny head, candy cane basket. Do those for Mother's Day and Easter. Star of David's for Hanukkah.
There's also one other candy cane they make that has a very special meaning.
We're making the Hannah cane here, which is named after our first daughter, Hannah.
After waiting nearly 10 years to have children, the Rowleys created a candy cane to celebrate the momentous occasion.
The burgundy and white, they're beautiful and they're very special. And we made them the year she was born, not knowing that she would only have a very short life. Oh my gosh. Hannah, she was amazing. Hannah loved the candy store. She just loved sharing the candy with everybody.
But when Hannah was just 3 years old, she was diagnosed with leukemia.
It was always amazing to me that she just had such faith. And she would tell me, "Mom, if I were to die, then I don't want you to spend all your days crying. I want you to take care of Abby. I want you to laugh." She didn't want me to be devastated because she knows where she was going and she wasn't going to be in any pain anymore. So she was really amazing that way.
Sadly, passing away just 5 years later.
My heart will always be broken. I'll be missing Hannah until the day we're reunited, but I'm so thankful that we had her.
The Rowleys' love for Hannah is apparent everywhere you look.
26 years later, we still make the candy canes, and we still call them the Hannah canes.
And their love for this time of year shines through as well.
I like coming to Logan's because it makes you excited that it's Christmas time and the fresh homemade candy canes and everything.
I drive in to get them every year for Christmas. My whole family loves them.
We've continued to help other people have really wonderful family memories for the holidays.
We realize we're part of Christmas for everybody. So many families coming in 20, 30 years in a row. We're watching the grandkids grow up, the kids grow up. It's just amazing. And they just keep coming back to make it a family tradition.
Who else can say they do this? Who else can do this with their family?
It's those traditions filled with love, family, and food, of course, that make the holidays all the more sweeter.
Oh, hi there. Craig Melvin here, filling in for Al Roker on this episode of Family Style. And today we're talking all about one of the country's most popular desserts and a holiday staple. We're talking about pie. And as a Southerner and a pie lover, pecan here, it's my favorite, not pecan, pecan. So this assignment was almost too good to be true. From our Thanksgiving tables to our 4th of July barbecues to Christmas and the winter holidays, pie is central to so many of our celebrations. Homemade or baked at wonderful shops like this one called Michelle's Pies in Connecticut. Americans sure have strong feelings for pie. See what I did there? But how did we become a nation of pie people? Join me as I slice into the significance of this iconic dessert and piece together how and why different pies are so important to communities across this country.
Time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other.
Yes, pecan might be my favorite, but this is my second favorite. I'm a huge fan of a good old-fashioned sweet potato pie. And I'm not alone. For millions of Black Americans, making a sweet potato pie is a meaningful tradition this time of year. And in Minneapolis, one woman stopped selling her highly sought-after sweet potato pie, and with the help of her family, started giving them away for free. Now, through her nonprofit, she is bringing generations together to bake and then gift her tasty pies. It's a recipe for spreading love and creating meaningful connections. You could say they're baking the world a better place.
Here's to the joy of our Blackness, our beauty, our energy, our power.
Yeah.
Just being able to come together in unity. Onward.
That's Rose McGee, the founder of the Sweet Potato Comfort Pie. On a fall morning, a group of women gathered at her home just outside Minneapolis.
I appreciated young Brittany Wright approaching me and saying, Miss Rose, you really should teach us young women how to make sweet potato pie.
Just take a little piece of the shell itself and just slide it in there, and that'll pull it right out a lot easier than trying to use a spoon because it's thicker.
Passing a tradition from one generation to the next.
Mama Rose is really good at bringing people together, making them feel welcome and having a sense of belonging. And so I thought it'd be really cool on my birthday to bring a bunch of women together, sharing experiences, learning how to bake pies, learning something from the African American tradition.
Each attendee will be making 3 pies to share with their community. 1 to keep, 1 to gift to an elder, and 1 to gift to someone younger than them.
Once we got the first batch of sweet potatoes boiling, I started exhaling. When you peel, always go to the tip, and then it just pulls right off.
For Rose, sweet potato pie is not just dessert, it's a catalyst for connection, one that she considers sacred.
It seems like it's all about the pie, but really the pie just happens to be the sweet spot that brings people together. I used to sell the pies years ago. No idea that one day I would feel compelled to give them away. Not to sell them, but to give them away. I started Sweet Potato Comfort Pie in 2014, not really realizing that that's what I was doing. After the killing of young Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri. And I was sitting there watching television, like felt this calling. I obeyed that calling and made about 30 pies, packed them in my car, and my son Adam drove down with me. But what I discovered was people wanted to be heard and listened to. They wanted to feel that they were being respected. So I took that to heart and brought it back home.
Back in Minneapolis, when George Floyd was killed, Rose stayed up all night baking pies to take to the memorial site to help her own community heal.
And I didn't know what to do except make some pies. And That's why I know it's not just about me. It's bigger than that. Is anybody really going to respond to that? And people do.
The organization's mission is to strengthen and cultivate relationships with the solidarity and story sharing that is part of making and receiving the pie.
I'm not trying to over-emotionalize anything, but I will say, it's something when people allow you to feel purpose and allow you to see beauty within yourself.
The sweet potato pie we know today was inspired from West African cuisine and dates back centuries. To get to the root of its origins, we must first talk about yams.
I'm Rossi Nastapulo. I'm the author of Sweet Land of Liberty, A History of America in 11 Pies. So a yam is an old world crop and a sweet potato is a new world crop. And so yams are really an important part of the West African diet, whereas sweet potatoes, they are grown kind of on this side of the world.
In the United States, sweet potatoes grew abundantly in the South. Enslaved Black Americans tended to these crops and cooked with them, contributing to many of the sweet potato recipes we know today. However, credit to Black chefs and cooks didn't come until the late 1800s.
There was Melinda Russell's A Domestic Cookbook, and then Abby Fisher's What Mrs. Fisher Knows About Old Southern Cooking. And so these were two Black authored cookbooks that included recipes for sweet potato pie and really were an opportunity for these Black chefs and cooks to reclaim their knowledge and have the credit given to them. When emancipation comes, they continue to make sweet potato pie, and this time they were making it for themselves, their families, and their communities.
So you're just gonna put in a third of the way.
For those close to the sweet potato comfort pie, it's what's in the batter that really truly matters. Antoinette Pearson Ettinger is a pastry chef and helps manage the kitchen at sweet potato comfort pie gatherings.
I was at the first meeting here in Rose's living room. When I was growing up, if there were some trauma in a family or some celebration in a family, you went down the street with the pies in your hand to present to the family that was either in need or is celebrating and communicate with the folks that are there.
Oh, the pies are ready.
Today, back in Rose's kitchen is one of those celebrations in honor of Brittany's birthday.
What I appreciate about this, we have been in responsive mode. We try to respond to these crises that happen across the country and locally. So to do something more celebratory is very uplifting and very inspiring for us all.
It's a sisterhood. Through these pies, through Mama Rose, we're able to celebrate each other, empower each other, encourage each other, and we're doing it in a way through unity.
The future of sweet potato comfort pie, I believe, is a good one. Everybody has this need of wanting to connect, and when you're baking a pie, you're gonna connect.
The heart of the comfort pie connection is love and a commitment to greater good, and of course, always keeping their eyes on the pie.
When in doubt, bring a bunch of Black women into the kitchen and we'll figure it out.
Coming up, a family in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, whose ancestors helped invent a sticky dessert that's still being served up today. And welcome back to Family Style, and another pie rich with history and a little sugar as well. Some say the origin of this pie, known as shoe fly, can be traced back to a cake, specifically the Centennial Cake. It first appeared in Philadelphia circa 1876, celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. And while the exact origins of the shoe fly pie are lost to time, no matter how you slice it, it is a true American original. In the heart of Pennsylvania's bucolic Amish country lies a town with a name that sounds like a familiar adage.
Bird in Hand is nestled in Lancaster County. A lot of farming, a lot of agriculture, and a lot of really good, hardworking people.
Just has a peaceful and calm feeling. It just envelops you.
Bird in Hand isn't just the name of this small village. It's also the namesake of a family-owned corporation that runs a group of lodges, a campground, and eateries. John Smucker runs the business. Under his wings, the Bird in Hand Bakery and Cafe, best known for its shoe fly pie. Raised Mennonite, John and his wife Myrna have deep roots in this neck of the woods.
My family story in Pennsylvania begins in 1752 when my immigrant ancestor Christian Schmucker emigrated from Switzerland and Germany, came to America, established a farm homestead here in Lancaster County. And I'm the 8th generation.
Pennsylvania Dutch refers to immigrants who came to the U.S. from German-speaking countries in the 18th and 19th centuries, mainly to escape religious persecution in Europe. By the late 1700s, it's estimated that these immigrants accounted for more than a third of Pennsylvania's population.
No, that'd be the new farmers. He's out there doing it.
John's ancestors, along with countless others, brought with them new types of cuisine and helped invent that sticky dessert that's famous in this region, shoe fly pie.
The origins of shoe fly pie are a little bit murky. One historian traces it back to Centennial Cake, which was made in the 1800s as a celebration of Pennsylvania's centennial.
Shoe fly pie, an apple pan, Dottie makes your eyes light up.
And so that was a crustless version that then once it becomes placed in a crust to become more easily transportable, that turns into shoe fly pie.
The Smucker family has been serving up their family's shoe fly pie to the public for more than 50 years, and they've been baking it for much longer. But what exactly is shoe fly pie?
I'd start with delicious.
The topping is different, so it's not so sweet pecan pie with no pecans.
Shoe fly pie is a type of molasses pie. It's really a product of Pennsylvania Dutch cuisine, and it's distinguished by its inclusion of streusel, which is very classic to those types of European cuisines.
On the frontier, they had a limited amount of ingredients, a limited amount of resources, and so one of the products that they would have had was molasses, and molasses was stable.
Most shoe fly pies include molasses. The Smuckers, however, do things a little differently.
We do not use a molasses product for our shoe fly pie. We gravitate towards a light table syrup.
Another unique feature of shoe fly pie, the traditional ingredients don't require refrigeration, making it a convenient treat for the many Amish residents in this part of the country. That's Anna Mary Smucker, or to those who knew and loved her, Grussie.
My grandmother, Anna Mary Smucker, was the one who I would say was the ultimate pie baker in our family. I'm sure she picked up recipes from her mother, who picked them up from her mother before that.
In a 1938 edition of National Geographic on the Pennsylvania Dutch, Grussie was even featured with 4 of her kids, including John's dad, and a shoe fly pie. John comes from a long line of bakers, influenced by his grandparents and his parents.
My mother was a pie baker, so she was a busy cook and a housekeeper. And my father was out on the farm and doing different businesses, and so she was busy in the kitchen taking care of the family.
In 1970, John's father, Paul, opened the family's first restaurant. There, they started serving the family's signature pie to locals and tourists. In the mid-'80s, John opened another nest for foodies, Bird in Hand Bakery and Cafe, just to keep up with the soaring demand for their baked goods.
Pumpkin pie, shoe fly pie, and cherry crumb pie. I just love pies.
The pies here are all made from scratch, including the ooey gooey wet bottom shoe fly, using Smucker's recipe that's been passed down for generations. And apparently, this pie isn't just for dessert.
I have it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, not necessarily every day.
What's delicious on the plate first needs to take shape.
And we like our shoe fly pies to be sweet and smooth.
There are two main components, the goo and the crumbs. The wet filling is made with hot water, light table syrup, light brown sugar, baking soda, and eggs. It's stirred with a canoe paddle-sized kitchen tool.
So to us, the goo is one of the most important features of the pies.
That filling is poured into a homemade pie crust. The pie's signature crumb topping is made with pastry flour, light brown sugar, cinnamon, salt, and shortening, which is combined in a large mixer.
Crumbs go on top, and then this goo is down below in a layer that's about a ½ inch thick. When we bake it, the crumbs work down through into the pie a bit and help to create what I call that middle layer.
Back when Grussie made her pies, she didn't shoo the grandkids away.
She just let us dig in.
After about an hour in the oven, the pies are cooled, covered, and carried right from the kitchen to the bakery. While visitors to this bakery savor unforgettable flavors and a pinch of the past, for John and his family, the pies are symbolic of so much more.
My grandmother would always say, give good measure. She was a very hospitable person. I see pies as part of hospitality.
These folks are proudly carrying on a unique Pennsylvania Dutch tradition here in the land known as Bird in Hand. Coming up, a New York City baker's quest to bring back a long-lost Christmas time pie. Pie today, gone tomorrow. That's what seemed to be the fate of a beloved bygone Christmas time pie. It was popular for, well, a New York minute. Well, I guess a few decades to be exact. But today, one bakery in New York City is bringing back this long-forgotten chestnut, rum, and cherry creation called Nestle Road. It's not your traditional pumpkin, apple, or blueberry dessert, but it is a treat that many older New Yorkers probably remember from childhood. Served up with a slice of nostalgia and a memory of decadent New York.
Our motto at Petey's is damn fine pie for damn fine people because we're just so proud to be a New York business. Pie has been a part of New York's culinary history the entire time, and we just wanted to elevate it the best we could. I'm Petra Paredes, and I am the owner and head baker of Petey's Pie Company.
Petey's Pie, named after Petra's childhood nickname, has been serving up damn fine pie since opening in New York City in 2014.
We opened up the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. We sold like 100 pies. And then the next year, we sold 1,000 pies.
This past Thanksgiving, nearly a decade after opening, Petey's sold 10,000 pies. The big holiday rush isn't new to Petra. She grew up pulling all-nighters before Thanksgiving in the name of pie.
Pie's been part of my life since I was born. I was born into my parents' bakery. They have a bakery called Mom's Apple Pie Company in Virginia, and I always spent my Thanksgivings working at their shop. They are still in business, and they still do tremendous Thanksgiving business.
Petra inherited a love of baking from her dad.
My dad is really obsessive about quality of ingredients, and that's something that I have learned from him, to just be really focused on flavor and on like the texture and balance in a pie.
Petra left the family pie business and moved to New York City to pursue a career in teaching.
It was at the end of my first year of teaching that I met my husband, Robert.
Seemingly against all odds, it was poker that brought Petra back to pie.
He, interestingly enough, was playing poker professionally at the time. He wanted a place to invest his poker money. And so I sort of half-jokingly asked him if he wanted to open a pie bakery with me.
Robert didn't call her bluff.
And he said yes. We'd been dating a few weeks at the time, and we spent the next 3 years planning it.
Petey's menu offers the classics like apple, banana cream, key lime, and also a beloved bygone pie. The couple's love of culinary history led to Nesselrode's discovery and return.
One of the things that Robert and I used to do as we were planning our business was we would look at the New York Public Library's menu database, which is really fun. And one pie that we kept seeing over and over that we had never heard of and never tried and weren't sure how to pronounce was Nesselrode pie. It was on a lot of sort of mid-century menus from the 1940s through the 1960s.
This elusive pie piqued Petra's interest.
Stumbling across Nesselrode on these old menus was sort of like discovering a fossil or something.
Petra saw this as a chance to bring back a piece of decadent New York. Her curiosity inspired a sweet revival. Nesselrode wasn't always a pie.
It actually started as a frozen custard dessert in sort of the Victorian ages. A very decadent thing to have a frozen dessert before, refrigeration was widely available. It was like the most fancy dessert you could imagine.
First off, it was named after a Russian diplomat by his private French chef. Not to mention its luxurious ingredients of chestnuts and liqueur. Years later, the Big Apple heavily influenced the evolution of this decadent dessert. It went from a pudding mold to a pie crust.
It sort of transformed in New York City in around the 1940s by this woman named Hortense Spire.
Baking the pies from her Upper West Side brownstone, the pie quickly gained popularity.
She made pies for like all of the fancy New York City restaurants, all the steakhouses and all the fancy fish seafood restaurants.
The pie was a mid-century marvel. As demand grew and the pie became a New York City diner and sweet shop staple, many renditions no longer included chestnuts. By the mid-60s, it all but faded into oblivion. Nesselrode is one of Petey's holiday season offerings, but the supply is limited.
Because it's so labor intensive, we can only make 80 over the course of the week.
In creating her Nesselrode pie recipe, Petra sought to honor the origins of the dessert.
I wanted to bring that chestnut part of the flavor profile and bring it sort of front and center. My recipe is almost sort of a mashup of the sort of Hortense-inspired 1940s era and the New York diner 1960s era.
All of Petey's pies start with the same crust.
My crust is based on my dad's recipe.
It pushes the limits with one ingredient.
My crust recipe has like a 8-to-9 ratio of butter to flour, which is really high.
Next up, preparing the chestnuts for roasting.
I puree the chestnuts with sugar and with rum, and that is sort of the base note flavor of the whole pie.
The filling's light, delicate texture is achieved using gelatin.
It's sort of like a chiffon or like a fluffy custard kind of pie.
The filling is then chilled.
We did like a Swiss meringue.
The meringue is folded into the filling. Time to top with ganache. And of course, the final step, a cherry on top. They're actually sour cherries.
When I hear that somebody who hasn't tried Nesselrode pie since the 1960s tried my Nesselrode pie and loved it and just got a sense of nostalgia out of it, it really sort of brings a whole other layer of meaning into the work that I do.
Outside of the bakery, Petra and Robert are raising 3 little pie people, with a 4th on the way.
My kids are really into pie. They really love to eat pies.
As for if their kids will share a slice of the shop one day,
who knows if they'll want to continue the pie business. I look forward to passing on everything that I know, just like my parents did, and seeing if they're interested.
For most Americans, it seems that there's always room for pie, and the significance of that slice can adapt to circumstances, places, and people. Through pie, it seems we can more deeply understand not just our country's history, but our own sweetened memories.
New York City is home to so many iconic foods, but when the city that never sleeps wakes up for breakfast, they want a bagel with a cream cheese schmear piled high with lox.
There's no other city that makes a bagel like a New York City bagel.
I have not had good bagels in any other city.
I came out the womb eating bagels.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. If New York's known for anything, it's its bagels. And we got them all. Everything bagels, rainbow bagels, pumpkin bagels, croissant bagels, and of course you can't have them without a schmear. While the bagel first came from Poland, many food historians say its pairing with salmon and cream cheese originated right here in the Big Apple. In this town, few specialty food shops are as beloved and as historic as Russ and Daughters.
I've been waiting in line probably 15-20 minutes, but it's definitely worth it.
I like the contrast of the flavor. It's like a nice little bagel with salty lox.
Something about the salmon and cream cheese together, like I try to make it at home, but it's nothing compared to Russ and Daughters.
They've been serving premium smoked fish to hungry New Yorkers and folks from around the world for over 100 years. Just a few blocks from the store is the Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Hi, Al.
Hey, how are you?
Welcome to Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Nice to see you
great to
guys.
have you here.
Thanks for having us. This is beautiful.
Thank you.
Nikki Russ Fetterman and Josh Russ Tupper are the grandchildren of the original Daughters. These cousins are fourth-generation owners, carrying on their family's culinary legacy.
So this is Russ and Daughters. This is our great-grandfather, Joel Russ, who started the business, his wife, Bella, and his 3 daughters. Josh and I have the same grandmother, Anne. She was the youngest of the 3.
Was it unusual at that time for you, because you usually would see so-and-so and sons, but to see Russ and Daughters?
Very unusual.
But, I mean, honestly, if he had had sons, it probably would have been Russ and Sons.
Well, thank goodness he did.
We like to think of him as a feminist, but he was a good businessman.
Joel Russ immigrated from Poland in 1907.
And he started just standing on the streets of the Lower East Side selling schmaltz herring out of a barrel. And a family could feed itself for 2 nights with 1 fish.
In 1914, he opened his first brick and mortar shop, J. Russ National Appetizing. Joel and his wife had 3 daughters, Hattie, Ida, and Ann. When they turned 11, each daughter began working with their dad. What was their relationship like with him? Because he's your dad, but he's also
your boss.
Your boss.
Yeah. And I think he cared more about being the boss and the shopkeeper. He was a new immigrant to this country who was just trying to survive and make a place for his family. And that was his focus. And he saw his children as cheap labor.
The sisters grew up learning all aspects of the business. In 1935, Hattie, Ida, and Ann became Joel's partners. The shop was renamed Russ and Daughters, making it the first in America to bear "and Daughters" in its title. When your great-grandfather decided to start Russ and Daughters, why the Lower East Side?
After Ellis Island, this was the starting off point for the majority of poor Jewish immigrants. This is where they landed and they got their start. And so he was just feeding basic food to other poor immigrants like himself.
At the turn of the century, this neighborhood was one of the most densely populated places on the planet. Many immigrants from all around the world lived in overcrowded tenement buildings, the conditions having a profound impact on their diets.
One of the things about Lower East Side Jewish food is that a lot of food wasn't made at home. When you don't have running water and when you don't have electric or gas stoves, it's really hard to do very much cooking. And so for women who are responsible for feeding their families, they had to get food from push carts, from restaurants, from bakeries.
Joel Russ was one of many vendors catering to this new population. I've always been curious, how did it come about, or from what you've heard, that somebody thought, hey, here's this round bread, we'll put some fish on it, but oh, by the way, before we do, let's put some cream cheese, some dairy on it.
Yeah. First of all, Russ and Daughters is the torchbearer of what's called appetizing. And this is a food tradition born here in New York, and it's the sister food tradition to delicatessen, both of which come up through the Jewish kosher dietary rules. You have to separate fish and dairy from meat. So a delicatessen, strictly speaking, is for meat. The appetizing store is where you go for fish and dairy, things like herring, smoked fish, When we say bagel and lox, most people are, we're referring to a smoked salmon. But the original bagel and lox was not with smoked salmon.
Technically, lox, or belly lox, is salmon cured in salt, which preserves fish without refrigeration. There's no smoking involved, and it's incredibly salty, so it pairs perfectly with tangy cream cheese. But who was the first person to put lox on a bagel?
So no one really knows how bagels, lox, and cream cheese all came together. We know that bagels come from Eastern Europe. We know that lox kind of comes basically from Nova Scotia, kind of. We know the cream cheese is an American food. But what we know is that these things come together as part of a compromise between different generations of American Jews.
Jewish law prohibits cooking with most heat sources on the Sabbath, so the combo of bagels and lox created a filling meal for observant Jews to enjoy on the day of rest.
It's good for a family, but you or your daughter-in-law didn't have to be spending the previous day cooking.
As one of the country's oldest appetizing stores, Russ and Daughters has been serving kosher meals for generations, and the weekends are still their busiest days.
I can't think really of anything that's more New York than lox and bagels.
I agree. I think that this is a food that came up through the Eastern European Jewish immigrants to New York. But now it's transformed and just become New York food. It belongs to all New Yorkers.
In the United States, women own less than 20% of all businesses. At the iconic Russ and Daughters, co-owner Nikki Russ Fetterman is building on the legacy of her grandmother and great aunts.
Growing up, you followed in the footsteps of strong women who may not have chosen this, but took it on and obviously made it really successful. What is it like for you following in those footsteps?
It's a tremendous feeling to be now the great-granddaughter. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a good customer of ours. Her family came from the Lower East Side, and she once said that before she knew the word feminist, when she looked up at the sign, Russ and Daughters, she understood that women could have an impact.
Your family's business, Russ and Daughters, has survived 2 world wars, a depression. You're here in the shadow of the World Trade Center.
Yes.
Why has this place been able to not just survive, but thrive?
I think because in each generation there has been someone who wanted to do this. This is food that people turn to for comfort in hard times. And during the pandemic, we saw that people were shipping Russ and Daughters all over the country to their loved ones because they couldn't be together. And so sending, bagels and lox and babka, say, I love you, I miss you. Here, let me feed you.
Having a schmear over Zoom.
Oh, there was a lot of that.
Okay, so you can get smoked fish pretty much everywhere these days, but not quite like this. The salmon sold at Russ & Daughters is prized for its high fat content, from the milder Gaspé Nova to the smokier Scottish. And this gourmet fish is all sliced by hand. When you hold it up, I mean, it's almost
Look at
translucent.
that. Yeah, I think we should show you how we get it that thin.
Yeah, me and a sharp utensil, what could possibly go wrong? It takes up to 6 months of training to master the slicing technique here.
So Al, I hear you have some knife skills.
Well, I've been in a fight or two, but it's probably nothing like yours. So how long have you been slicing salmon?
I've been at the store for 20 years.
Wow.
So I've been slicing for a while.
All right, so I watch people slice, and I'm amazed at how patient, because it seems like that's part of the skill.
The reality is, when you know how to slice, it is one of the most relaxing things you can do.
Very zen.
Very zen.
Ooh.
Meditative, right? The trick is, don't look anywhere on the fish. You have to really feel the fish.
Be the fish.
Be the fish, which is a very difficult concept to train someone. And particularly the first couple slices are, don't be upset if they don't look great. The idea is to make a consistently thick slice. You making faces at me, Al?
No, I'm just watching you not watch the fish. All right.
Okay.
Here we go. Be the fish. Not looking.
You should look.
I should
look. You
look.
got a sharp knife in your hand, Al. And you can see that as you change the angle of the knife, it changes the thickness.
Yeah.
Right?
So now that's
drastically, more than you think.
That's more than, oh my gosh, that's a very thick
We call
slice.
those chuletas.
Chuletas?
Yeah. Chops.
Ah.
In Spanish.
I was going to say, that didn't sound Yiddish.
Not
That did
Yiddish.
not sound
Not
Yiddish to
Yiddish.
me.
Yeah.
Does the way you cut it affect the taste of it or the texture of it?
The texture, which affects the experience of the salmon.
It's almost like you're eating the essence of salmon, not salmon.
It's very delicate. It's a very appealing texture and mouthfeel. Yeah, the thinner.
Josh, thanks so much. Nice meeting you.
Such a pleasure to have you.
Smoke them if you got them. Up next, how fresh salmon gets turned into lox. I'm here at the Acme Smoked Fish Factory. Now there is something fishy going on in there, and you better believe I'm going to find out what it is. The folks at Acme process, smoke, and pack nearly 8 million pounds of fish every year. They sell to eateries all over the country, including Russ and Daughters.
It smells of smoke and it smells of fish.
That's the way it's supposed to be. It smells like New York City.
Yes.
All right, so as you know, in any food plant, food safety is of paramount importance.
Right.
I see you got your boots on
I
here.
just happen to be wearing these.
Awesome. I'll walk you through the process of how salmon turns into smoked salmon.
Adam Kaslow is the 4th generation owner of Acme Smoked Fish. His great-grandfather, Harry Brownstein, started selling fish after immigrating from Russia to Brooklyn.
Harry started in the smoked fish business in the early 1900s, in 1906 to be exact.
Out of a push cart?
Out of a horse-drawn wagon.
Wow.
He would go around buying fish from different smokehouses throughout Brooklyn and Queens and had himself the sales route. You know, he worked close to 45 years. I mean, his dream was to open up his own smokehouse, and it took him 45 years to finally achieve that.
Wow.
Adam now runs a massive smoked fish empire, supplying many of New York City's popular bagel shops, from H&H to Essa Bagel. Acme also selling to national grocers like Trader Joe's.
At the end of the day, it's all about the fish. We bring in fish from all over the world. Smoked salmon is probably the most popular thing that we make, and our salmon come from different places: Norway, Scotland, Chile, and Alaska.
It can take up to 5 days to make smoked salmon. Every order is made to the buyer's tastes, from the type of salmon to the curing method. The first step, cutting a whole fish into fillets.
Whoa!
Yeah, so this is a 12-kilo whole salmon that I caught over here in Long Island Sound. No, I'm just kidding. This is an Atlantic salmon. It's farm raised. We use Atlantic salmon because it has the most fat, and fat equals flavor when making smoked salmon.
Right. So what are you cutting out the backbone there?
Yeah, this is the bone.
Carving into a fish this size requires expert hands. After the fish is filleted, it's preserved with salt. The fish is then treated with a wet brine or a dry cure.
Okay, so let's dry cure some salmon.
Yeah.
First thing, we're gonna get it onto the raft.
Okay.
So, see if you can pick up this salmon, grab it by the tail.
Okay.
Grab with your other hand.
Underneath.
And we're gonna lay it onto the screen.
Okay.
Perfect. Great. Step 2, we're gonna grab a handful of salt.
So it's just a thin layer.
Yep. Right along the top of the dorsal. Like kind of down the center line, I suppose. And we'll give it a nice love tap.
That's it?
That's it. This fish is rather large. So traditionally we would probably wet brine this fish, but for smaller fish, the dry cure lasts about 24 hours.
Okay. That's a huge fish.
Right.
After curing, the fillets are cold smoked for up to 20 hours. This process imparts a subtle, smoky flavor.
Let me show you how the smoker works. So, these are a collection of that wood chip blend that we were talking about earlier.
There are different ways to smoke fish fillets. Hot smoking results in flaky, opaque fillets. Unlike traditional lox, smoked salmon is cold smoked below 85 degrees. This helps the fish retain its silky texture and makes it perfect for slicing.
Ready to help me get this bad boy into the oven?
You bet.
All right. All right.
Hey now.
Let's close her up.
Woo! Shut her down.
After the smoker, the fish is cooled, then packed for shipping.
What would your great-grandfather say
if he could see all of it. I think he'd be amazed of how difficult it was for him to achieve his dream. Right. Now his descendants have been able to build upon that dream and build us into one of the preeminent smokers in the U.S.
Up next, a vegan deli taking on tradition with plant-based lox and cashew cream cheese? Oh, you don't want to miss this. Back on the Lower East Side, two sisters, inspired by their Jewish heritage, are on a mission to make the food they loved growing up in a more sustainable way. Ladies, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Boom,
you.
want to show me around?
Please, come
Please,
on in.
lead away. Erica and Sarah Kabursky are the co-owners of Orchard Grocer, an entirely vegan market inspired by classic delicatessens.
This is our healthy cashew cream cheese.
They want to make the vegan lifestyle easier for all. Right after college, they opened their first business, a shoe store called Moo Shoes.
We opened our vegan shoe store 20 years ago.
How are they? They're comfortable?
About 5 years ago, we decided that we were going to update it by adding our vegan grocer, basically because it seemed like that's what our customers want. After asking us what our shoes were made of, probably where should I go eat was the second most common question. So we decided to create an experience where they could just go eat next door.
Growing up in Queens, the sisters' Jewish culture and food were closely linked. They had 10 Jewish delis in their neighborhood alone.
Probably every Sunday, it's a tradition in our family, dozen bagels at the bagel store. A dozen always meant 15. I don't know why that was, but with the cream cheese and lox, and that was just how we spent our Sundays.
Both sisters became vegan as teenagers, but felt they lost a piece of their roots by giving up certain foods.
I think our parents were supportive of our changes to the vegan lifestyle. We grew up in a very culturally Jewish household, so all of our traditions were just based around food.
Today, a lot of folks are going vegan for a variety of reasons, from reported health benefits to concerns over animal welfare. For the sisters, it's also a matter of global importance.
We're watching climate change happen right now, and I think that's causing a lot of people to think twice about what they're eating and how they are contributing. So it makes sense to us that it is becoming so mainstream.
In 2017, Sarah and Erica saw not just an opportunity to satisfy a growing market, but to pay homage to their Jewish roots.
We wanted to have a good sandwich selection that really epitomizes like New York deli food. So obviously a bagel and lox was going to be there.
Orchard Grocer sells a variety of vegan sandwiches, including Reubens and tuna melts. But the sisters are most passionate about serving up a sense of nostalgia.
People are so worried about giving things up. So I think just creating those alternatives and just something that people are familiar with and gives them that feeling of home.
Yeah, like we haven't had to give up our Sunday tradition of bagels and lox.
To help make their unique deli a reality,
the sisters hired vegan chef Nora Vargas. Nora shares a passion for plant-based foods. She also knows how to turn carrots into salty lox.
How did you come up? I mean, you have to think, okay, what can mimic a smoked salmon?
Yeah.
So how did you, was it look like you thought, well, the only orange vegetable out there other than a sweet potato is carrot?
We know the texture that we need to go for. We know the flavor that we want to go for. So we started with the color and then we just kind of built it from there.
Okay, so let's get started. I'm really fascinated.
Okay, all right, I'm excited. So we have prepared, what do we have, maybe 10 pounds of carrots here for you.
These are huge. These would have been huge carrots.
Seriously, yeah, like the size of my forearm.
But you have sliced them very thin on a mandolin?
Yes, yeah,
okay.
Exactly. All right, so we're all gloved up and we are going to, the next step in this process is to apply our rub to our carrots. So in here we have a mixture of sugar, salt, and the rest I can't tell you about.
Oh, it's a secret kind of thing.
Yeah.
So this would be kind of like the brine that you would use, the dry brine that you would use on fish.
Exactly.
Except it's going on vegetables.
Yeah. We got our inspiration for a lot of different components of this recipe from the way that you would actually prepare fish if we were preparing fish and not carrots.
Right.
Coat everything.
Interesting.
Oh no, don't smell it. Don't figure out the secret just by smelling it. Okay, now.
Because if I figure it out, she's gonna have to kill me.
So I'm just gonna start rubbing, just smushing everything in there. Once we get everything coated, we would let this sit for 3 to 6 hours probably. Okay, great. So I think we nailed it.
Okay.
In here.
Another secret ingredient?
Definitely.
Jeez,
Yeah, but I can tell
a lot
you.
of secrets here at Orchard.
I'll tell you a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, so it's a combination of olive oil and aquafaba.
Aquafaba?
Yeah, are you familiar with that ingredient?
I don't know.
You know when you're opening up a can of beans
Right.
and you gotta drain them?
Yes.
The stuff that you drain out, that's aquafaba.
Aquafaba.
It's bean water.
It's bean juice.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm gonna pour,
Okay.
and then you can kind of do the same process
Okay,
that we
same
did before.
process.
Just squish it all in there, okay? Yeah, perfect. After we had let our carrots sit for 3 to 6 hours, we tossed them in the oven.
So they bake.
We like to call it cold smoking, just to sound like classy.
Like the process of making smoked salmon.
Exactly, yeah.
That does look very much like smoked salmon.
And what would a bagel and lox be without the cream cheese? This vegan spread is made with raw cashews, salt, some secret spices, and coconut oil, all blended together with soft tofu.
Should we make a bagel?
Sure, let's do it. Chive talking. Cheers. This is a really terrific idea.
Thank you.
Thank you for opening my eyes.
Oh, thank you so much.
I appreciate it. That
Yeah.
was fantastic. Okay, a great way to finish things up. I mean, we've seen the history, we've gone to the past, we were in the present, and you have brought us the lox and bagels of the future!
A bagel with cream cheese and smoked salmon is a uniquely American combination. Born from Jewish roots, transformed by local ingredients, and carried on by new generations, this breakfast tradition has truly stood the test of time when it comes to food in New York City.
The hills are alive with the sights and smells and tastes. Ah, come on, it's a food show. Now, nothing says autumn quite like apple. Whether it's a trip to an orchard like this, a warm slice of apple pie, or cheering with cider. But when did apples become the apple of America's eye? I left the Big Apple and I'm here in Massachusetts, where America's history with apples actually began. So today, we are going to get to the core of how apples became a homegrown hero. How do you like them apples?
Time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. My family and I have been coming here to Hilltop Orchards in Massachusetts for the past 20 years. That's right. In fact, you'd be hard-pressed to find a better fall family activity than apple picking, and especially the apple cider donuts. And of course, what also pairs well with a trip to Orchards? Cider. And they make a lot of it here at Hilltop. Oh, and did I mention the donuts? Meet David and Sarah Martell, high school sweethearts who reconnected in their 30s. Together, they run Hilltop Orchards.
We're definitely an apple orchard, but we're also a winery and a cidery, so we're a triple threat.
Today, David handles the operations of the orchard, cidery, and winery, with Sarah focusing on guest experience. The orchard's historic cider mill, where David played as a kid, was renovated in 1997. Now, they call it home.
I started coming to this orchard when I was about 6 years old. My father worked here then.
David left the Berkshires and worked in construction for several years. When he decided to return home, he really went back to his roots, taking a part-time job at Hilltop.
I've been in the orchard business for about 12 years now.
David's the third generation in his family to work on the 100-something-year-old orchard. Did you ever think that you would be running the orchard someday?
Nah, in a million years. I quickly fell in love with these apple trees and decided that's what I'm going to do. Diving in and learning about all of the different apples and the history of apples.
And that history is pretty sweet.
I like to think of myself as an apple nerd. My name is Amy Traverso, and I'm the senior food editor at Yankee Magazine and the author of the Apple Lover's Cookbook.
Crab apples are the only variety indigenous to North America. Sweet apples were introduced to America by early colonists in the 1600s.
Sweet apples have their origins in this area of western China, sort of the border between Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, called the Tian Shan Mountain Range.
Those apple seeds came over with the Jamestown expedition, and trees were planted at Plymouth. But in the early days, colonists weren't making pies and tarts. Most apples grown in America at that time were more likely to be turned into cider than eaten.
Apples played a very important role when there was people coming from England. As they say on the boat, they would make hard cider because that cider would last, where water might spoil and someone would get sick.
This trend continued stateside. By 1775, 10% of all New England farms had a cider mill.
Today I am at B.F. Clyde's Cider Mill in Old Mystic, Connecticut.
Meet Amy Harrison and her daughter, Sarah Monk, 5th and 6th generation owners of Clyde's.
We're the last original steam-powered cider mill in the United States. Back in the 1800s, early 1900s, everybody had a cider mill that had a farm. We use the same press, it's the same mill, and not many people get to go to work and put their hands on a lever and say, you know what, my great-great-grandfather did this same thing back in 1898.
Cider was really important to early America because it was relatively easy to make. People had apples in abundance. And Thomas Jefferson and John Adams famously loved it, drank it every day. Children drank it because it was low in alcohol, but it was often safer than water. Water could often be contaminated at that time.
These days, Americans don't drink as much cider as the founding fathers.
Two things happened to kind of bring the apple to its knees. We had immigration from Germany and Czechoslovakia, which were beer growing regions. Beer took over as the major American drink.
Another reason behind cider's decline?
Prohibition. Apples were very strongly associated with cider at the time. They were really seen as a source of alcohol.
My great-great-grandmother was arrested twice, never convicted, but arrested twice for bootlegging.
In the 1930s, Apple's sinful image was reborn as shipping methods improved. Sweet apples from Washington State could be transported all over the country, and the industry grew.
apples then had to be remarketed as just a dessert thing, as something you bake with or eat fresh from your hand. And so apples, they went through this rebranding and emerged as this sort of innocent, sweet fruit that wasn't going to get you drunk or do anything naughty. It was just going to make a nice pie.
Now, even hard cider is making a comeback, due in large part to the craft beer boom in the late aughts.
Gluten's having a moment, so people are shying away from a lot of beers. Cider is fermented apples, and that's it. Where a lot of other beverages or mixed drinks or anything of that nature could have a lot of preservatives and different things added to them.
Today, Americans are drinking 10 times more cider than a decade ago. And that's meant big business for Hilltop.
Most of our guests are cider enthusiasts that are relatively new to the cider craze.
Hilltop making around 1,500 gallons daily. And I got a chance to give it a try, or a press.
They say time to make the donuts, it's time to make the cider.
So here's some gloves. I see you brought your boots.
Yeah, I did.
The process starts with freshly picked apples that are washed thoroughly. Next up, culling. As Benjamin Franklin once said, the rotten apple spoils his companion.
They're sorting through what's coming down the conveyor. This apple has some dings and bumps.
The good apples are sent to the grinding wheel.
And they will get ground up to an applesauce consistency.
Now it's my turn to prepare the ground apples for pressing.
So it's like an apple sludge diaper.
That's it.
Then the apples get pressed down to the last drop. That's 2,000 pounds of pressure per square inch. Up until this point, the process for sweet and hard cider is the same.
Excellent. And nobody got hurt.
Sweet cider would be bottled at this stage. For hard cider, the fermentation process begins.
So sweet cider becomes more popular once we can refrigerate apple juice to prevent it from fermenting.
In the mid-20th century, cider stands and apple picking became an American pastime, a tradition my family's enjoyed for more than 20 years each fall. There's just something about apple picking that inspires my best dad jokes.
What apple sayings have you heard?
There's a lot of insider sayings.
Okay, I got one for you. Okay. They say the family that plays together stays together. The family that picks together sticks together.
There you go.
As far as my kids are concerned, my jokes are as much a part of our annual tradition as the apples themselves.
It's like, oh, Dad.
My family's been coming to Hilltop for more than 20 years, even before my two youngest were born.
I don't know if it's something about the season when apples ripen and it's starting to get cooler and you're thinking about like comforts of home and coziness. People have very intense emotional connections with apples.
Agritourism in the United States started becoming popular during the Industrial Revolution, when city dwellers looked to nature for recreation.
Labor shortages during and after World War II saw farmers calling for volunteers to help pick crops. By the 1960s, enterprising farmers recognized America's love for apples. In the fall, the You Pick tradition became a profitable pastime at orchards all across the country.
Is there a right way and a wrong way to pick an apple?
Spoiler alert, there is a wrong way.
The problem with twisting and pulling the apple is that if it is not ripe, you're going to also get next year's apple.
Can you show me?
I can. So this is an apple that I know is not ready to pick yet.
Okay.
So if we were to lift up on this, if it was ripe, it would come free.
Right.
So it did not come free. Okay. Right next to it is some Macintosh apples.
Okay.
And if you go ahead and lift up on one at a kind of at an angle into the sky, it comes free.
Like that.
So that means that it's ripe. Okay. And the other thing is, well, that's the worst thing you can do when you're picking an apple. So we treat these like eggs and we place them in the bucket.
Place them in the bucket.
There's sometimes little brown spots on them. That's from fingers.
Oh.
So the worst thing that you can do to somebody with a farm stand or a fruit grower is grab their apples and start squeezing them.
I do like the Honeycrisp.
Honeycrisp it is.
I was Gala, but I've moved to the Honeycrisp.
With an empty nest, I thought this year's Roker family trip was going to look pretty different. But then I heard from my boy at college.
Nick was very adamant about, okay, are you going to come pick me up so I can go apple pick? Because I thought, this will be the first year we don't have anybody to apple pick with.
Much to my delight, the family that picks together does stick together.
I only have pies for you. American Pie is certainly an American icon. And in Southern California, one local family's pies have achieved all-American status. And this holiday season, they're gearing up to make over 50,000 of these each week.
I love apple pie. Every time I eat apple pie, I think, man, my mom just hit it out of the park.
I'm Dave Smothers.
I'm Tim Smothers, and our mother started the Julian Pie Company in 1986.
From a young age, Liz Smothers developed a passion and a knack for baking.
She often tells the story of standing on a milk crate next to her mom.
I was probably 4 or 5 years old. I would crawl up on a box and take the little leftover pieces of dough and put them in a jar lid. I would put the little apple in my jar lid and cover it, and she would bake it in the oven just along with hers, and I would eat it. I would say that if I had not had that experience, I would never be in the pie business.
In the early 80s, the Smothers family moved to Julian, California, a picturesque mountain town near San Diego.
Funds were tight, so my mom ended up taking odd jobs.
When we moved here, I had to go to work. The only place that a job was available was in a bakery. And I tell you, after I started working with pie making, that old love just came right back.
That love was mutual. Liz's pies were in high demand at the local bakeries where she worked, quickly gaining a loyal following.
She had built up a reputation. There were stories that they would go in and go, I want one of her pies, and point at my mom.
A historic gold mining town, Julian thrives thanks to agriculture, namely its award-winning apples.
Once we came out here to Julian and she saw the opportunity, she just never looked back.
Wild horses couldn't have stopped me. Honestly, I was not thinking of how much money can I make. I just was dying to make a good pie like my mother made.
2 years after moving to Julian, Liz opened her own shop, the Julian Pie Company. She was 50 years old, proving it's never too late to embark on a dream.
My mom baked 120 pies and she sold out the first day. It was a great grand opening.
In this shop, there's an apple pie for everyone.
It's the apple crunch with vanilla ice cream. It's not too sweet and it's really fresh.
This is the most amazing pie I have ever had in my life.
From cherry apple to apple rhubarb, today, Julian has 15 unique apple pie varieties in rotation.
Thank you so much.
The most popular seller is the Dutch apple. My mom's kind of joke was that that's the pie that pays our rent.
Today, the busy bakers here make up to 10,000 pies a day. Pie production beginning around 3 a.m. It's no surprise that fall is their busiest season.
Thanksgiving's the Super Bowl, and Christmas is like another Super Bowl.
The pies are primarily made by hand, starting off with 4 ingredients.
Pie crust is just flour, water, shortening, salt.
That's it.
It's the way you handle the dough, so you get a nice short bread crust rather than a chewy crust.
The brothers say their mom had a gift for knowing just when to stop kneading to make it perfect.
If you don't get the dough right, you might as well not have the business. Miguel's worked with my mom. He knows exactly the precise measurements of how to do things. We add a few hundred pounds of flour, very ice cold water.
The twin arm mixer blends the dough.
That's what I think of as grandma's hand.
The 400-pound batch of dough heads to the extruder, where it's cut into individual portions.
So a 9.2-ounce puck falls into a pie shell, smashes the dough into a perfect shape. Then they go into our freezers and we use them as needed.
Next up, assembling the pies. Apples are peeled, sliced, then spiced.
Cinnamon, sugar, and salt. This is all my mom's original recipe. There'll be a little bit of butter. Every time that dumps, I just get giddy. I'm like, yes, we hit it out of the park. So these pies have all been packed. They're nice and round, kind of like a mushroom. Patty's going to begin lifting, which is separating the crust from the pie tin. If you don't do this step right here, that pie will bubble over in the oven. My mom was a queen fluter.
The pies are brushed with an apple cider egg wash before baking. Then they're cooled, boxed, and ready to be shipped. Julian's pies are sold in hundreds of stores, including big grocery chains like Albertsons, as well as mom and pop shops throughout San Diego.
My name's Sierra Smothers. I'm Liz Smothers' granddaughter. I grew up baking pies with my grandma. This job was actually my first job in high school.
These days, Sierra pitches in wherever she's needed, including driving the delivery truck.
I said, Sierra, do you want to spend the day with your dad and help me deliver pies? And she, of course, jumped at the opportunity. So we had a whole day together delivering pies. Everybody loved it.
Julian now has 2 locations, employing almost 70 people. So many admire their company's founder.
It's the best part.
No, everything I do is very, how would Liz want it done? Liz's perfectionism and attention to detail is really what's brought this company to the magnitude that it is. And if we don't carry that on, then what are we doing?
Liz passed away peacefully, surrounded by family in May. But her legacy lives on through the beloved recipes her family works hard to preserve.
I just hope that she's looking down and whatever that we do, we have her in our hearts and that she's proud.
Oh, this is where you get choked up. No, it's very special. I really miss her. She left a huge legacy with big shoes to fill.
As for the future of Julian, the Smothers continue to welcome customers old and new with open arms.
Come again, sweetie pie. That's my mom.
Coming up next, a North Carolina family is giving candy apples a glow up with their colorful and creative creations. How do you make apples even sweeter? Well, you dip them in candy, of course. Candy apples have long been associated with boardwalks and state fairs, but there's one entrepreneur in North Carolina who's taking this traditional treat to a whole new level with a colorful twist on the classic coating.
My name is Kim Battle, and this is my husband Travis Battle, and we are the owners of Candy Apples by Kay.
Thank y'all.
I would describe Candy Apples by Kay as the world's first hard candy apple shop. We specialize in the hard candy apple that started out with the traditional carnival treat, and then we've expanded that to different colors, different flavors.
According to most historians, American-style candy apples were invented in New Jersey in the early 1900s. They're known for that signature cinnamon-flavored red shell, until now.
I like the tropical punch.
My favorite flavor is turtle. I would certainly say that the variety makes them special.
For Kim and Travis, this treat has an especially sweet history.
Candy apples have always been a favorite. My husband used to bring them to me when we were dating. And when I threw his surprise 40th birthday party, I wanted him to have gold candy apples as a favor. We found someone to make them, and then she encouraged me, you know, you can make these yourself. You could do this yourself.
Wanting to enjoy candy apples year-round, Kim began developing unique candy recipes at home. Her kids, her first taste testers.
Eventually, it picked up, and neighbors and friends would say, oh, I would buy some from you if you have some. And I thought, let me start an Instagram page and see how many people are interested in candy apples. At this point, I'm working full-time still as an accountant, and on the weekends I would start doing markets to offer these candy apples.
When Kim got laid off, she saw an opportunity to pursue her dream full-time.
There's never been a storefront that just focused on candy apples, and you love going in a cupcake shop and you're like, ooh, all the flavors and the beauty of having the case displayed of all these treats. And I thought that would be so yum to have the same thing but just in candy apples.
Candy Apples by Kay officially opened in April 2019. A line of eager patrons stretched down the sidewalk on opening day.
Any dream of hers, I'm definitely gonna support it. It's gonna become my dream as well. So we took off with it.
Today, Kim and her team make over 40 different flavors and rotate their offerings each week. The process starts, of course, with fresh apples that Travis picks up from local farmers markets each weekend.
Those are pretty. In our opinion, the Granny Smith apple is the best apple to use. That tart, hard, crisp apple is perfect against sweet candy.
The apples are washed thoroughly in vinegar and hot water to remove that waxy coating.
And it creates a smooth surface for the candy to be applied to. In the candy apple world, this is a dirty apple and this is a clean apple.
The apples need to dry for 24 hours or else the candy coating won't stick properly.
And this might just be my opinion, but the more I've dipped, I feel like covering the apple all the way to the stick is ideal for presentation.
Kim's Candy starts with a base of sugar, corn syrup, and water heated to 300 degrees. Then flavor extracts are added. She's experimented with dozens over the years, including blue raspberry, sour watermelon, and pina colada. And while we couldn't get her to divulge exactly how she gets those eye-popping colors, Kim did reveal one secret.
Making sure that you're using bright colors and that your candy is not transparent would also be a key to making sure that you have a beautiful apple.
Many apples get a little extra love with candy pieces or nuts. The store now offering a variety of dipped treats, including candied grapes and chocolate dipped fruit. But the classics are always on standby.
Our family favorites are definitely still the Carnival. The Turtle, which is caramel, milk chocolate, and pecans, is also a huge favorite. It's one that we can slice and share with everyone.
And they really do mean everyone.
We have 5 kids ranging ages 2 to 22. They all contribute something different even to the family business, and they're very familiar with candy apples. They're so used to seeing them that I think the 5-year-old's first word was apple.
It was apple.
Elena, the couple's oldest, works at the shop. She also handles their social media to help boost business.
This is carrot cake.
I feel it's really brought her out of her shell. I mean, she was an introvert and very quiet, but this has really blossomed her into being a lot more outgoing and engaging in conversation with customers.
The younger kids continue to taste test while Travis pitches in where needed.
He works full-time, but still in the evenings at night, he's washing apples, he's stocking the store, he's getting all our supplies. I think often, like, I don't think I could have done this with anybody else but him.
Kim owing a large part of her success to a generation that came before.
Our moms played a huge role as well. Travis's mom was so precise in developing a process, and a lot of the ways that we dip and a lot of our little tricks and secrets came from her. And then my mom working the store, she was actually washing apples as well.
She's grateful they were able to enjoy her success early on.
Last April, my mother-in-law passed away, and after losing her, that was very traumatic and hurtful for our family. She was the matriarch of the family, and so 2 weeks later, my mom passed, and we weren't expecting that of, either situation. We are definitely keeping them a daily part of our lives, remembering everything that they've taught us and instilled in us, knowing how tickled they were about how far the business had come. I don't think there's a day that goes by that we don't talk about them or think about them. A lot of times when we're doing things, we can kind of feel their peaceful spirit with us and encouraging us and pushing us. And without that, I don't know that we could continue,
And just like their mothers, Kim and Travis are passing down many lessons to their children.
I believe some of the things that the kids have learned by watching Kim run the business is resilience, patience, love and passion. A great job managing both.
Apples are a true American icon. At their core, they're a shining example of innovation and versatility, and their place in U.S. history is one of patriotism and pride. But most of all, they foster a sense of togetherness. It is truly the most wonderful time of the year, spending time with family, friends, and the people we love. And how do you show that love? Why, with some sweet treats, of course.
Sweets are great. You really can't say no to sweets.
Our holidays revolve around food. Everything is food.
All the good food, the sweets, the cookies,
The treats, the candy, the cakes, the pies. I could go on for a long time.
Time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. One of my favorite holiday traditions is coming to see this fabulous Rockefeller Center Christmas tree. And folks from all around the country love doing it too. And speaking of from all around the country, there's a baker in Brooklyn who's bringing a little taste of Mexico to everyone who wants it. Don Paco Lopez Panaderia has been serving up fresh Mexican pastries for 30 years, and its customers have been lining up for just as long.
I've been coming here all since they opened. They're very well known in the neighborhood, very nice.
Well, I've been a customer since I was about 5 years old. I've been coming to Don Paco since I was very small, maybe like 3 or 4 years old. And now I teach across the street, so I come every morning before work.
So they're gonna treat you like family.
That's because they are family. Hello, Miguel.
Oh,
how are you, sir?
Bienvenido to Don Paco Lopez Panaderia.
Ah, gracias. This bakery isn't run by just one person, but 8 siblings, their parents, and extended family.
Para mí es importante dar un buen saludo, una sonrisa, desearles un buen día.
Everybody has to be involved one way or another.
And at this time of the year, it's all hands on deck because one of their most popular treats, Rosca de Reyes, or King's Bread, reigns supreme. On January 6th, many Mexican families enjoy this traditional sweetbread decorated with candied fruits and a little baby doll hidden inside.
It's a reference to Jesus Christ, so it's about celebration.
A celebration called King's Day, which marks the 3 wise men's visit to the manger. Now, if this sounds familiar, that's because New Orleans' famous king cake shares the same Catholic roots dating back to medieval France. For the Lopez's, it's more than just a holiday. It's the bakery's busiest time of year, so everyone grabs an apron to help out.
We reunite for Rosca de Reyes instead of Thanksgiving or...
So you know you're going to see your whole family at least once a year.
Once a year, yeah. I can see my father and my mom very proud to see everybody. It's working 24 hours. We're talking about 30 family members coming and do the Rosca de Reyes.
Todos nos reunimos a veces después de no vernos tanto tiempo y todos participamos en un día muy especial y es un día bendecido para todos.
What's it like working with family? Because that's a great thing, but sometimes maybe not such a great thing.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes we don't agree with everything, but the most important thing is that at the end of any discussion, goodbye, I love you. It's something that we have that from our parents.
And that's not the only lesson that's been passed down in the Lopez family. The knack for baking goes back generations as well. Miguel's grandfather was a baker in Acatlán de Osorio, a small town in Mexico. He passed on his craft to his son Francisco, Miguel's dad, who later moved here to New York City with his family.
My father immigrated in 1972, 73, and he started working in the restaurant business as a dishwasher.
But the dream of baking bread and pastries never left him. That's when his kids stepped in. Together, they opened Don Paco Lopez Panaderia.
We said, why not to open a bakery? So we started in 1991, we opened the business.
To survive for 3 decades, not just survive, but to do so well, to be such a part of the community, takes something special. What is it about this place that's so special?
That everything that we make, everything that we bake or cook in this place, we do it with pride, with so much love.
And that family pride is clear in their recipes. So it was time for me to try my hand at making their popular holiday treat.
So Miguel, who are these youngsters here?
Oh, look, Don Paco Lopez, my father.
Señor?
my mom, Leonela Lopez.
Ah, señora. Does he remember making his first rosca?
¿Usted se acuerda cuando hizo la primera rosca de Reyes? ¿Cuántos años tenía? 8 years old.
You were 8 years old.
His father, my grandfather, he used to put a wood box so he can reach the table and teach him how to make rosca de Reyes.
Who's the better baker, him or you? Yeah. That's right, baby. Yeah, still the original. Now it's rosca time. The first step is creating the ring of dough.
Do it like this.
Oh yeah, that's a piece of cake.
Yeah.
Piece of bread.
And after we have it, we put it upside down to hide baby Jesus.
All right. So everybody knows there's a baby Jesus in there, because you're taking a bite and all of a sudden, ooh.
Oh, no.
Nobody wants to bite baby Jesus. Making rosca is hard work, and it takes everybody in the family to meet customers' demand. How many will you do in a day, Miguel?
To satisfy our demand, they have to be almost 2,000.
2 dozen?
2,000.
2,000 a day?
Yeah, 2,000
Wow.
a day. Very good, Howard. But any chance, you're looking for another job?
One of the siblings don't show up, I'm ready.
Okay, perfect. That's good that we have in record. We decorate the rosca de Reyes. I prefer to start with the cherries. Then I can start with the orange peel. So basically, it's to make colors around. Look at that, it's beautiful.
Ta-da! Ah, it's a thing of beauty. And so once you've done this, then do you put it into the oven right away?
No, they have to sit, they have to proof. At least like 20 minutes, depends how the weather is.
That affects the proofing.
Yeah, definitely.
See, that's why you need a weatherman to work.
Oh yeah, that's why you're here.
After the sweet bread sits, time to go into the oven. If I can ask your mom, what does it mean to pass this tradition on?
For her, is very proud to pass to the next generation.
Well, it's obviously in good hands. And I mean many hands. And I believe you've got a few other family members you want to bring?
Just very
One or
small.
two? Just a couple?
Coming in, guys.
Whoa. Oh my gosh. Wow, look at this.
Do you know?
And they're still coming. And they're still coming. Wow. My gosh.
The small family of Don Paco Lopez.
Well, this is one heck of a nice, sweet family. I guess we should all try a little piece.
Don't forget, if you get baby Jesus, you have to throw a party.
You have to throw a party.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So I hope.
Whoa! I didn't see that. Oh my gosh. Oh. Well, all right. Party at my place.
Take this.
Here's to a wonderful tradition. Thank you for sharing it with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
De nada. Up next, the delicious reason Philadelphians line up outside this Italian bakery every Christmas Eve.
When you think Christmas treats, you usually think fruitcake or Christmas cookies. But if you're in the city of brotherly love, cannolis are synonymous with Christmas.
Philly is known to be full of grit. We'll get through anything.
No one knows that better than Termini Brothers Bakery. Over the last 100 years, this family-owned shop has faced a Great Depression and a global pandemic. But for them, there's no challenge bigger than the holidays.
The Super Bowl for us every year is Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve at Termini's is something that is of its own.
We got a long line of folks here that have been waiting for a long time to get these, and people wait all year for this special day.
Every year on December 24th, hundreds of people wrap around the block to be among the first to grab a classic Italian treat for their holiday celebration.
I mean, people drive from Baltimore, they drive from Boston. We've even had people fly in from California to be here, to be in that line.
People are lining up at the front door at 12 o'clock at night, and they'll sit there with chairs and food. When we open the door at 6 o'clock, we bring everybody in. We're hugging, we're kissing, we have music.
People that are unaccustomed to, what Christmas Eve at Termini's is, ask questions like, are people crazy? Is it that good? And they miss the point of why people are outside. It's a sense of community. It's a Philly thing.
As Philly, some say, as their famous cannoli.
There's many, many products that we make that are special to so many different people here. But nothing is more dynamic or special to our customers than our cannolis.
You gotta come and get the cannolis, best cannolis around.
The shell is never soggy, and it's cream-based, and it's got these little chocolates in it, and it's just absolutely perfect.
They taste that tradition, they taste that flavor. It's hard to find and hard to duplicate a Termini cannoli.
Perfect.
Today, we are going to make probably about 4,500 cannolis today. Hearing my grandfather's story about how much passion he had with these recipes, being that they came from his hometown in Sicily, it forces you to realize that this isn't just a product, this is a legacy, and it needs to be handled with respect and care.
the legacy of the bakery dating back to the early 1920s, when Giuseppe Termini immigrated to America from his home in Italy and joined his brother Gaetano here in Philadelphia.
He left his family and everything that he knew to come to a country he knew nothing about, didn't speak the language, had no idea about what he was walking into. Somehow found a way with his brother to be able to start just a little tiny kitchen, and brick by brick grew this business into something that he can pass on to his son.
After opening its doors on this same street in 1921, Termini Brothers quickly became the go-to place for all types of cakes, cookies, and of course, cannoli.
Giuseppe Termini turned his little corner bakery into a landmark of sweet sentiment.
How are you, Mr. Termini? Okay?
Yeah. People would say, "What's your secret?" And he didn't get into a real long-winded thing. His answer was, make good stuff.
Just make good stuff.
That's all. It was very admirable. Even in his later days, when he was in his 90s, he was working 7 days a week. When the store was closed, he would sit here in the store. This was his life. This was his life.
Giuseppe taught the business to his only son, Vincent Sr., who would later grow up running the bakery. His sons, Joseph and Vincent Jr., were by his side, learning the family trade.
We realized we have something very, very special here. So we kind of knew as we got older that this was the path that we wanted to take.
Before long, it was time for them to live up to the Termini Brothers name and take over as new owners.
My father has that Sicilian Philly blood in him. He's a stickler to the rules. You know, it took him a little bit of time to really trust what Vinny and I are doing here. I remember when we were first shipping out our cannolis, he was so happy to look at the addresses and see where they were going.
Today's a little warm up, 500 or 600. In about 2 or 3 weeks, we'll be looking at about maybe 2,000, 2,200 boxes.
And he was going, I can't believe it. It's going to Arizona, it's going to California. Look, this one's going to Hawaii. And, you know, I think it was at that point that my father had 100% trust that the business was going in the right direction.
Although some things have changed over the last century, a lot has stayed the same.
But this was my grandfather's favorite machine. Is it the most efficient? No. Is it cranky in the morning? Yes. It's like an old man, this machine. But all of these, the benches, our steam kettles, you know, our gas stove, they're all original.
Another constant over the years, Philadelphians' love for Terminis. Literally.
It's our wedding day, so we figured we'd do what we enjoy.
We've tried many cannolis in the area, and probably these are the best by far.
Now Joseph and Vincent Jr. are adding their own chapter to the bakery's story, preparing to reopen at its original location across the street, turning it into a small cafe.
It says, on this spot the tradition began. Termini Brothers Pasticceria, founded March 19th, 1921.
This is where it all started. This is where it was in 1921. There was the two brothers, and they used to bake in the back.
These were the original light fixtures that my grandfather had. Took very, very good care of them because they're very rare.
So this is the original deed. This is the kind of artifact that we're planning on putting up.
But for now, time to get ready for another Christmas Eve. Termini's 100th to be exact.
It's probably the most stressful 15 minutes of the entire year when we're getting ready to open that door. Is it not?
It is. And it's the same people every year, and then it adds on. You know, so if you can imagine over the last 100 years, the line's like down the block. We look at this line at Christmas Eve like they're a part of our family.
And I also enjoy Christmas Eve at the end. We normally gather around with our staff, everybody, because this is a team effort, a family effort. And without everybody putting their lives on hold for a period of time to make this family tradition so special, it would never happen.
Then I get a text from you every year saying, yo, bro, did great. So proud of you. I can't believe you got through it. And, you know, it's a tremendous feeling.
Goes to show nothing's too tough with a little Philadelphian grit and your bro by your side.
Working with my brother is truly an honor. I can't even put into words what it feels like to know that regardless of opinions or disagreements or different philosophies, that there is always somebody there that has your back, no matter what.
I can't imagine like one person, you know, taking over a third generation business and not having a sibling to lean on or count on. I love that I get to work with my brother every day.
Coming up, an old-fashioned holiday craft finding a new generation of fans on TikTok. Man, I gotta tell you, on TikTok, Logan's Candies, 5 million of you love their videos. And guess what? Probably almost as many love their candies for decades. But what they're known for this time of year? Candy canes.
Let's all give a big round of applause for candy cane number 1, live and in color. There it is. And by December 24th, we'll have made about 100,000 candy canes one by one, just like you're watching right now.
Wow. He's TikTok's very own Willy Wonka. On an app where the only rule is to keep things short and sweet, these eye-catching videos have racked up millions of views.
That's actually a pretty good video.
Jerry Rowley is the candy-making star and owner of Logan's Candies. His daughter Abby, the mastermind behind the camera.
She came to me and said, Dad, there's this social media out there called TikTok. I thought we should get in, and I didn't really know what that was.
We're going to start counting out our stripes. As always, we're going to begin with stripe number
1. I never intended it to be this, marketing thing or this this huge thing. I was just like, oh, I'll just post some videos and see what happens. I think it was just something that people had never really seen before. It was like, there's nothing else really like it.
Now millions of folks follow Logan's to watch Jerry pull, fold, and bend all sorts of candy canes by hand.
Within about 72 hours, we had over 25 million views. And it was just unbelievable. We couldn't believe it took off like that. It's just been amazing for the store. We've seen a big growth in our shipping and even just people coming in.
We want to get him like a shirt or something that says I'm TikTok famous. Next up, the candy man himself. Eat this. What flavor is it?
Oh my gosh, I didn't know that flavor.
Well, mostly just the TikTok videos were really fun to watch. And the way that they made the candy, I thought it'd be really fun to come try homemade candy because I've never had that before.
People definitely will recognize him. He thinks it's so funny and strange, and I do too.
While the internet craze may be new, Logan's Candies has been perfecting its craft since 1933.
We hand make all our candies here the old-fashioned way. We have the original recipes that we've been using for 87 years.
So we're just going to begin to pull this out here a little bit. Give it a little tug, a little pull, a little stretch. When we get it just the right length and thickness, we're going to give it a little twist. And right before your very eyes, we have created the candy cane. By the time we're done, we're going to fill up this entire table, and we'll make about 400 candy canes this size out of the one batch.
Jerry developing a sweet tooth for the business at just 12 years old when the store's original owners hired him.
So I rolled candy canes that first year and bagged candy canes, and then the next year I started learning to bend the candy canes.
By the time he was in college, he was hooked. So when an opportunity to buy the business came along, Jerry and his then girlfriend Susie decided to take it on.
We actually started dating about 2 weeks before I bought the store. We got married in 1985, and then we've just been running it together ever since.
We were just babies running the candy store. I was still in school. I was only 16, so I would get out of school early and come right to work.
The Logans, the family that started the business, trusted the Rowleys to carry on their sweet legacy.
And the wife was still working here when Jerry took over. Then they would say, "Oh, we're so thankful that you guys got the candy store because you're doing it like we did." And they were just so thrilled.
40 years later, the Rowleys have preserved the store's traditions. And with their daughter Abby by their side, that sense of family has stayed strong as well.
I have a lot of good memories just of being like a little kid in a candy store.
I would hide under the table over there, and then I'd just come out to give samples. I would like wait for my cue. Then once I started, when I could see over the table, that's when I started working on the table.
Logan's Candies makes over 200 treats, but their candy canes remain the most popular all year long.
There's St. Patty's Day. We do shamrocks for Easter or springtime. That's a little bunny head, candy cane basket. Do those for Mother's Day and Easter. Star of David's for Hanukkah.
There's also one other candy cane they make that has a very special meaning.
We're making the Hannah cane here, which is named after our first daughter, Hannah.
After waiting nearly 10 years to have children, the Rowleys created a candy cane to celebrate the momentous occasion.
The burgundy and white, they're beautiful and they're very special. And we made them the year she was born, not knowing that she would only have a very short life. Oh my gosh. Hannah, she was amazing. Hannah loved the candy store. She just loved sharing the candy with everybody.
But when Hannah was just 3 years old, she was diagnosed with leukemia.
It was always amazing to me that she just had such faith. And she would tell me, "Mom, if I were to die, then I don't want you to spend all your days crying. I want you to take care of Abby. I want you to laugh." She didn't want me to be devastated because she knows where she was going and she wasn't going to be in any pain anymore. So she was really amazing that way.
Sadly, passing away just 5 years later.
My heart will always be broken. I'll be missing Hannah until the day we're reunited, but I'm so thankful that we had her.
The Rowleys' love for Hannah is apparent everywhere you look.
26 years later, we still make the candy canes, and we still call them the Hannah canes.
And their love for this time of year shines through as well.
I like coming to Logan's because it makes you excited that it's Christmas time and the fresh homemade candy canes and everything.
I drive in to get them every year for Christmas. My whole family loves them.
We've continued to help other people have really wonderful family memories for the holidays.
We realize we're part of Christmas for everybody. So many families coming in 20, 30 years in a row. We're watching the grandkids grow up, the kids grow up. It's just amazing. And they just keep coming back to make it a family tradition.
Who else can say they do this? Who else can do this with their family?
It's those traditions filled with love, family, and food, of course, that make the holidays all the more sweeter.
Oh, hi there. Craig Melvin here, filling in for Al Roker on this episode of Family Style. And today we're talking all about one of the country's most popular desserts and a holiday staple. We're talking about pie. And as a Southerner and a pie lover, pecan here, it's my favorite, not pecan, pecan. So this assignment was almost too good to be true. From our Thanksgiving tables to our 4th of July barbecues to Christmas and the